posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair and presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on when the light is green. We are now going to be the minutes of March 15th, 2024, Air Quality Subcommittee meeting. Is there any corrections or additions? Okay. May I have a motion to approve? A second? Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. Thank you. Public comments in current public comment period. Has anyone signed in to speak today? No. Okay. There will be none. We will move on to the next agenda item. Chair's report, executive director's report. Is there an executive director's report today?
There is not.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to the next action items. There are no action items for today's meeting. The next is the presentation section, and we will go to the information portion. And the first person up to speak is Kate with Air Quality, Public Education, and Outreach.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of our committee. I'm Kate Menning. For those of you who may not know, I work in community affairs in the public affairs department, and I'm going to be presenting on air quality, public education, and outreach initiatives. There's no action today, and you have all received this type of information in previous presentations and committee meetings. I had a couple of follow-ups for questions from our last Air Quality Subcommittee meeting. There was a question regarding our connection with farm bureaus, and from a community affairs standpoint, I am in contact with, I do have outreach efforts connecting us to our farm bureaus in all 5 of our counties. So I wanted to let you know that, our connections there are, regular, and they do receive information, particularly on air quality and other agency initiatives. From a social media standpoint, there was a question about how we could break out parts of our demographics within some of the social media data that we provide. Those metrics, unfortunately, the demographic information access that is required would cost additional funds, and we currently don't have that available to us. So, we welcome those, those comments, and I wanted to let you know those answers to those questions from our last meeting. So our regular palette of information that we provide, first, of course, is air quality advisory days. The public communications methods, this is just between March and May of 2024. We had 2 advisories this period, which I'm sure you will hear about later, on May 20th and 21st. As per our usual protocols, we send air quality advisory emails to all of the subscribers on our email lists for those that have registered to receive those at air quality advisories. Anyone in our region can sign up for those advisories, so we welcome any sharing of that information on our NOACA Air Quality Advisories webpage. And you can always visit airnow.gov for daily air quality status. Air Quality Awareness Week was May 6th through 10th this year. We had a really great social media presence on LinkedIn and X or Twitter, whatever you decide to call it. We ran a number of different messages this year that followed the national messaging, including general air quality awareness initiative and information related to our region, but also information about how air affects our environment, how it affects environmental justice, wildfire and smoke information that is out there that was very relevant last year, and hoping it's not this year, but you never know. And then the public health and climate impacts of air quality were also presented in this campaign. So we're very happy that we have some great new information to share on the regular throughout the year, as well as during Air Quality Awareness Week. May was also our carbon-free challenge. This is a Ohio Commute platform challenge that incentivizes people to log their trips, their alternative commute trips on the platform. It runs it runs the entire month of May, the 1st through the 31st. We had 3 carbon-free winners in our challenge this year. That you accumulate points as you log trips on the platform throughout the month. And at the end, we have first, second, and third place winners, but we also do random winning prize drawings each week. So those folks got some swag from us, and we were very happy and very appreciative of the partners that we have for this challenge. You can see their logos down at the bottom of the winner slide. But Lake Tran, GCRTA, Bike Cleveland, and University Circle Inc. were our partners in this program this year. Participation metrics for this carbon-free challenge. We were we were slightly lower than last year, but pretty much on par with our continued efforts in this area. You can read the statistics on the carbon-free challenge. This and our one in October are our highest performing challenges. So we look forward to sharing more information with you about our upcoming October challenge, which I believe is still going to be branded the Lake Erie Challenge this year. The actual campaign resulted in a lot of impressions and reach and engagement for this particular, for not only the May challenge, but also we were, this topic, as well as the Commuter Choice Awards, were focused on a Fox Friday news spot on, it was actually April 26th, 2024, but that we're very proud of that. It was a great segment, and we were very appreciative of the reach that we got for both Ohio Commute for the challenge event in May and for the Commuter Choice Awards. We also did a lot of in-person outreach when it came to air quality and rideshare engagement. A number of organizations invited us to participate in their public events for Earth Day. There's this laundry list of places that we were at really throughout the month of April was really good. A number of staff, both air quality and myself, were out at all of these engagements. We also did a University Circle Inc. Lunch and Learn, which was recorded on their website, that focused on Vanpool and Ohio Commute. So those were all very, very worthwhile experiences, and we got a lot of good air quality and rideshare information out. If you know of any audiences that you think would welcome this kind of information or would like to learn more, please have them give me a call or an email, and I'd love to talk about reaching out to them as well. Commuter Choice Awards, it's that season again. Registration is still open for the Commuter Choice Awards. This year, the timeline for the actual challenge event is running June through November 2024. So we are going to accept registrations from employers throughout that entire challenge period. We would welcome any of your organizations or businesses to participate. We'll have a December awards announcement after the challenge period is over. And in January, there will be an awards ceremony. So if you want any more information, please feel free to reach out to me. And we can set up a time to learn more about Commuter Choice Awards, or if you have any organizations or employers that would like to participate, we would welcome that. It is very easy to sign up, and people, your organization will get recognition about participation. Some upcoming activities: we are continuing to work on no idling resources and campaigns surrounding a no idle, the no idle messaging. Signage is being developed, and there will be a toolkit and some information to be provided that will hopefully coincide with some outreach that will happen on no idling resources. I will continue to provide you with updates as needed on these activities and events, and I am done. Any questions?
Oh, Mike,
Oh, can you turn your mic on?
turn your mic on.
Thank you. And through the chair, I just want to thank you for answering the questions from the last meeting. When those things happen, many times I've been to meetings and you have to re-ask the questions and look for another chance. But I want to thank you for doing that for us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kate. Next up is Ashley Dennis talking about Go Ohio commute update and performance measures.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Ashley Dennis. I am the Rideshare and Air Quality Planner here for NOACA. And again, I will talk to you about our Go Ohio commute platform. All right, there is no action requested at this time. Again, this is only presentation information only, and I usually present quarterly updates at our air quality subcommittee. So again, if you don't know, the Go Ohio commute launched back in April 2017 with the May 11th ribbon cutting, excuse me. Since its launch, staff work to engage businesses, universities, and such. We create sub-sites for those organizations. And the sub-sites enable organizations create targeted incentives for employees and the track involvement of employees. All right, and then we created performance measures to track the progress of Go Ohio commute. The categories we use: user metrics, system-wide performance metrics, outreach and performance promotion metrics, and platform administration and enhancement metrics. So for our system-wide and user metrics, right now, up to May 31st of this year, our total users are 7,791. Total trips right now is almost 181,000. Our non-single occupancy vehicle trips are a little over 177,000. The vehicle miles traveled avoided is a little over 2 million, and the total calories burned from those modes of transportation are 18.6 million. And then if we wanted to compare it to the statewide users, because the MPOs over the state of Ohio, we all share the Go Ohio commute platform, but individual MPOs use it and promote it a little bit differently. So in terms of total users, NOACA only encompasses 37% of total users. However, we surpass 60% of total trips, non-single occupancy vehicle trips, vehicle miles travel avoided, and the calories burned. All right, and then this is the NOACA trip logs that I normally show. Basically very similar. We always have transit, bike, telework, and carpool being our top 4 modes of transportation. Transit always being our top as well. So I also added a little bit more metrics so you can see pre-March 16th of 2020 and March 16th and later of 2020. This is basically kind of when the start of COVID happened, to just kind of give you an idea of how those mode shifts have changed. And I do go into a little bit more detail. So if you see 2019, 2020, and 2021, so we have transit and bike. It takes a dip in 2020, comes back a little bit in 2021. Telework actually increased, almost tripled, I believe. And carpool took a nosedive as well during that time. And I can tell you that since then, in 2023, those metrics, the number of trips for transit and telework actually went back to pre-pandemic numbers. Bike and carpool stayed very similar to those post-pandemic numbers. All right, and then I have the CO2 savings from the start of Ohio Commute up to May 31st. So again, transit and bike being our top two modes, but they are almost neck and neck in the CO2 offset being 115 million each. And then telework, even though telework has started coming back to their pre-pandemic numbers, it does a lot for our CO2 offset in the NOACA region. All right, and then these are the challenges that we have so far in the Ohio Commute platform for 2024. We do the February challenge, which is focused on transit as a part of Transit Month. So the Northeast Ohio loves transit. In May, for National Bike Month, we have another carbon-free challenge promoting bike as a mode of transportation. And then starting this year in June, for the first time, doing a longer challenge. We have the Commuter Choice Awards Challenge, also called the Clean Air Challenge. So that is part of our Commuter Choice Awards going from June through November of this year. And I know Kate talked about it a little bit too. And she was right. If anyone is interested in joining the Commuter Choice Awards, I'm able to set you up with a subsite. I can walk you through it, teach you how to use the platform, and it's really easy to do. And you just log your trips, and then you can see your own leaderboard as your numbers grow. All right, so for our CO2 offset for just this past year from June of 2023 to May of 2024, Ohio Commute users have reduced CO2 emissions by 59 metric tons. And since the start of Ohio Commute, it is 544 metric tons total. And then, of course, we have our VAMPOL program run by our programming division. In the Ohio Commute platform, you are able to find these VAMPOL programs through your commuting search. So it started back into 2022. Since then, right now, we are currently at 44 VAMPOLs. The mission is to offer accessible transportation where public transportation is inadequate or it doesn't exist, and also improve air quality. So right now they schedule anywhere between 4 and 7 days a week with various time slots. And it's just all very dependent on the employer's needs. So the cost savings that a rider is experiencing right now is $645 per month per commuter. And in the past year, I can tell you that NOACA's VAMPOL has already offset CO2 emissions by 836 metric tons. So putting those metrics together between the Ohio Commute platform and our VAMPOL, so it means that CO2 saved from alternate transportation is equivalent to 1,045 acres of forest, removing CO2 from the atmosphere in a single year. And then some of our outreach and promotion metrics. Right now, we do have 78 organizations that created subsites on Ohio Commute with 120 total subsites on the platform. So some of the organizations that have created multiple subsites or some networks for their locations, we have like the Cleveland Clinic, University Hospital, and Case Western. In 2023, Ride Amigos, who was our platform creator, they allowed advanced managers like myself to start managing some of the content on their website. So we're going to just continue to update Ohio Commute dashboard with some current challenges and remind users of challenges that are coming up. This is what the dashboard would look like if you were to sign on Go Ohio Commute. And then to the right, you would have clickable widgets to take you to those challenges and find more information. Right. So as far as our highway sign inventory, ODOT does have the information, so I am still working with them. Again, tentatively, 2025 is when they're going to be installed. So this is an example of one of the signs that is in dire need of needing replaced. This is a sign on I-71 in Medina County. So you see, it's very important that we keep these updated, keep them legible so that people can use our services. And currently, this is where we have an idea of where all the signs are either going to be located or are already located, with the different counties and number of signs that are currently in place. All right, and the last thing to talk about for more of our enhancement metrics right now, the total challenges that we have for NOACA's Go Ohio Commute, we have 42 total challenges, currently being the 2024 Commuter Choice Awards Challenge, the Clean Air Challenge, if you will. We have 57 employer incentives and 165 events. One of the most recent events that I posted was the Geauga Park District Summer Solstice Day. So you, in the Go Ohio Commute platform, you are able to create carpool options to see if anyone in the Go Ohio Commute platform would like to carpool to these events. All right, and I'll just continue to provide quarterly updates on the platform for the subcommittee. Does anybody have any questions, or are there any metrics that you're curious about that I can put on the next meeting?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Ashley, would you go back to the metrics where you talked about the different modes and the pre and post-COVID distribution and just clarify whether carpool includes van pool trips as well?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Would you please clarify whether carpool listed here also includes van pool? It looks like they're separate.
It is separate, yeah. So carpool and vanpool. The reason you don't see a number for vanpool is because the number is so small. Again, you don't have to put in your trips for Go Ohio Commute using vanpool, but vanpool is available to find through Go Ohio Commute. And I do have those numbers, I believe. Yes, so because TNC, which is Transportation Network Company, like your cabs and your Ubers, vanpool and e-scooters, those numbers were so small they couldn't fit. But TNC was 134 pre-COVID, 277 post-COVID. Vanpool, 82 pre-COVID, and we actually don't have anyone currently posting any vanpool. And then for e-scooter, right now posting in Go Ohio Commute was 13 pre-COVID and 2 post-COVID.
Thank you, Ashley. So I guess we should think at NOACA about how we can promote logging your vanpool trips, since we are seeing our growth in our vanpool program, and how public affairs could promote that further, since nobody's doing it, but we know we have several 44 vanpools out there.
Yeah, and actually, Kate and I are working on that along with programming, absolutely, because it's a very easy way they're already taking the trips. They already have all these metrics saved. And if they just log it, especially for the Commuter Choice Awards, I feel like that would almost put them at the top.
Yes, John?
Yeah, through the chair. You had one item up there about savings per commuter, how much a commuter would save.
Oh, yes,
And if
for
you could show that.
vanpool.
Yes. And I see $645 per commuter per month.
And that is an average too. Not every commuter will say that, some less, some more, but yes, of course.
Okay, all right. How was that computed? How was that figured? What went into that to show that if I did this, I would save $645 a month?
It's a lot of math. Actually, at the next subcommittee, I will walk you through it just so you see where I get the numbers from. The same with the CO2 offset, but I can tell you that I take the Ride Amigos, the Arc Ohio commute site, actually already calculates how much per mile that a commuter will save based on their AAA driving costs. So it's per commuter, how many miles they travel in a day, times how many miles they'll travel in a month, times how much, how much the cost is per mile. So it works out in a big spreadsheet and calculates it. But I am more than happy to show you kind of where I get those numbers from to clarify it for next time. No problem, of course. Any other questions I'd be happy to answer?
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you, Ashley.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Next up is Kirk Kallenborn. He'll be speaking on the 2023 Air Quality Trends Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I will be giving some updates on our 2023 Air Quality Trends Report. No action is requested at this time. This presentation is for information only, and no previous action has been taken. So one of our duties in the Environmental Strategy Planning Division is to update our region on air quality. And so we do this through our Air Quality Trends Report that was published back in April. And this provides updates on the region's status for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And so overall, air quality has improved in our region. Concentrations of all the 6 criteria pollutants continue to decline or remain stable through the year 2022, though there is slight year-to-year variation. And we are currently in non-attainment for only one of the 6 criteria pollutants, which is ozone. So I wanted to address a question we had in my last presentation on the PM 2.5 standard. We were talking about some of the sources of the PM 2.5 emissions. So we have direct sources, which are emitted directly from a source, such as smokestacks and wildfires. Then we also have indirect sources, which result from chemical reactions in the atmosphere, known as secondary formation. And a main contributor of this is mobile emissions. And so for secondary formation in the atmosphere, it actually accounts for more PM 2.5 than does primary formation. Okay, speaking of PM 2.5, the new standard has become effective as of May 6th, 2024. This new standard updated the primary annual PM 2.5 NACs from 12 micrograms per cubic meter to 9 micrograms per cubic meter, while retaining the primary 24-hour standard and the current secondary standards for particulate matter. And then so we are not expecting to meet this attainment. We have the EPA will designate area designations within 2 years after finalizing the NACs. And then our moderate attainment date should be from 6 years from now, probably 2032, most likely. This graph here represents the maximum 3-year rolling averages for annual PM 2.5 in the NOACA region. So the gray dashed line at the top represents the former standard, and the black dashed line at the bottom represents the current standard as of 2024. As you can see here, Cuyahoga County is the only county in the NOACA region to exceed the current standard. We can see that Summit County in green is approaching the current standard, but it has been on, PM 2.5 has been on the decline in Summit County for some years. So we hope that continues. Cuyahoga County had the highest annual average in 2022 at 11 micrograms per cubic meter, and that put their 3-year rolling average to 11.2, which is above the standard. Okay. Here we can see the number of PM 2.5 exceedance days throughout the NOACA region from 2012 to 2022. You can see in 2022, we had 1 exceedance day. This has been going down in the past few years. However, we do expect to see a few more exceedance days in 2023 due to the Canadian wildfire smoke received. And then we will also expect to see more PM 2.5 exceedance days in general due to the strengthening of the standard. Okay, we'll jump to ozone. So just a little bit of background on it. On October 7th, 2022, the US EPA designated Northeast Ohio as a moderate non-attainment area for the 2015 ozone NACs. And these designations were based off the 2018 to 2020 data. And currently, Lake County and Cuyahoga County have 3-year rolling averages that are above the standard. Lake has 72 parts per billion and Cuyahoga is at 74 parts per billion. And then we also did have a few counties that exceeded the annual average this year, with Ashtabula at 73 parts per billion, Cuyahoga also at 73, Lake at 76, and Portage at 71. Here we can see the 3-year rolling averages for ozone levels in the NOACA region. The black dashed line to the left represents the former standard. To the right is the black dashed line is the current standard. So we can see here, Cuyahoga and Lake are above the standard, putting them in the non-attainment designation. And here we can see the number of exceedance days for the ozone NACs. We had 7 in 2022, which is down from 8 in 2021. Okay, so as I mentioned, the region is not expected to meet the ozone NACs by the August 3rd, 2024 attainment date. Since this occurs in the middle of the ozone season, this data will be based off the 2021 to 2023 data. And Ohio EPA is preparing for the EPA to bump us up from moderate to serious non-attainment for the ozone NACs. And then the next serious non-attainment date will be in 2027. Okay, so for the next steps, continue to monitor ozone and PM 2.5 levels in Northeast Ohio, collaborate with Ohio EPA on area designations, update the subcommittee on final area designations, and continue to work on next year's trends report. Are there any questions? Yes.
Yes.
Well, maybe it does. What was going on in 2012 that the exceedance days were so high? I'm just trying to remember what that. I mean, because on all the charts, 2012 is like off the chart. I'm just curious what was going on that year.
I think we do have an explanation for this in our trends report. Joe, do you have an explanation for this?
This is before my time at NOACA, but I would refer you to the air quality trends report online because I did not memorize the text.
Yeah, I do believe it's in there. I can provide that in the next subcommittee meeting.
Sure.
Yes. Yes.
So the Lake County exceedance, any insights you can offer as to where that's coming from?
Okay. I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Lake County, the exceedance, can you
Yes.
share some insights as to where that's coming from?
Like the ozone days exceedances.
Yes.
So we do have some weatherly patterns that create that. We have a southeasterly wind pattern that pushes up the emissions from Akron, Canton to the Cleveland area. And then we also have a southerly wind pattern from off the lake that kind of traps all of these ozone emissions kind of around the lake, and that kind of moves from Cuyahoga and into Lake County.
So it's not
Yeah.
that we're necessarily doing anything.
I think Joe has an answer for you.
Oh, Joe, thank you.
Yes.
I gave this presentation at a previous subcommittee meeting where I discussed the prevailing winds when we have a weak high over the mid-Atlantic, set up a scenario where you have at the synoptic scale, you have a wind out of the south or southwest that holds the pollutants in place because of the lake breeze that's occurring. And that's what carries the precursors northeast into Lake and Geauga and northeast Cuyahoga counties, but then they get trapped and ozone develops. That's why you see the exceedances always north and east of the urban core from Cleveland to Akron to Canton.
And Mr. Hammercheck, I can, it's the 2 monitoring sites that typically exceed are the East Lake and Paynesville sites. And I'll be happy to show you how to access where those are located, and you can see it online if it's
Oh,
public.
I can see one of them from my office window.
Okay.
So we're
But yeah,
good.
I can, USCP.
My point is, we're
Yep.
making a real push in Lake County for economic development, and circumstances beyond our control. I wouldn't want to see this be a black eye or an excuse to say, you can't build out, you can't develop this, you can't do that. What are our options to address this? I think now we're at that point of, okay, there's a problem. What's the solution?
Mhm.
Is there a solution? Don't tell me I can't build if it's not my fault.
Mhm.
So what's our option? Or do I just get in line and somebody sends Lake County a big subsidy check for, gee, sorry, you can't develop, but here, we'll offset that. That was meant more tongue firmly planted in cheek, but
And there's a lot going into it, but there, as he mentioned earlier, majority of the emissions that cause ozone are from mobile sources, so from vehicles. So, from carpooling, whatever, just reducing mobile emissions is one way to get in compliance. And then on
well,
the,
time out.
Yes.
If the pollutants are coming from Akron and Canton, am I supposed to go down to Akron and Canton and say you guys need to park your cars because you're polluting Lake County? Again, I don't mean to sound abrasive on this, but this seems to be for the last 8 years, this cycle of the same thing. We report exceedances that are not our response, not our fault, but we're responsible for it. So what's the plan? I appreciate hearing park the car. I've got an Interstate 90 going through Lake County. Are we supposed to have the sheriff's department get into a fight with the highway patrol and say, oh, gotta shut the freeway down for the next 3 days? Park the trains. You can't come through Lake County. We got a major rail hub coming through there, and those diesels are all just puking it right out. What is the answer? I've never, in 8 years of being on this board, I've never heard a solution.
So the federal EPA is the agency that sets standards for mobile sources.
Understand?
As a local, we don't have any jurisdiction in that. So they are constantly putting out new performance standards for vehicles to have them. Larger trucks now have to have catalytic converters. It's a process
And
for
I
mobile.
appreciate the engineering associated with that. However, when again, for 8 years and years prior to that, I have to hear how Lake County is exceeding and bringing down the air quality in the region. What can we do about it? Or are we just passengers in this federal vehicle?
No pun intended.
Oh, puns are all intended. That, like I said earlier, tongue firmly planted in cheek.
Commissioner Hamercheck, I think your point is very well taken. There is a situation in our region and as well as in other parts of the country where a particular county or city may not be the perpetrator, but then we ask them to participate in the activities to reduce the emissions. I think, we need to come up with a better answer. I mean, we have not, and we need to do that. And so at this point, we can continue to ask for participation in the activities that we're suggesting to reduce the emissions, particularly around transportation. But you could park all your cars in Lake County, and if they're still driving in Canton, Akron, and Cleveland, you may still be in exceedance. I understand your point.
Thank
So
you.
we will look at, we'll think about that in a more productive and positive way and see if we can't come up with something that at least addresses the points.
Thank you, because again, the only thing I ever hear is, we need to do this, it's like, it's not our pollutant. And I'll talk EPA, septic systems. You can put a dye pack in and know where it's coming from. Again, Joe, thank you. That's when I realized when you do that presentation, your background as a meteorologist, it explains so much. It's like, that is cool. And I mean that very sincerely. The problem is the source generators have to take responsibility for this. But the people who are detecting the pollutants are the ones who are being penalized. And I need to be very clear on that. Something's got to change. We just can't keep tightening these standards and whoever detects it pays for it. That just seems fundamentally wrong. But anyway, thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
Thank you for the comment.
Through the chair also. I agree with you, Commissioner. No one likes to get enough on a report card. Okay. I do remember a couple meetings ago, we did talk about the standards being strengthened and we talked about moving the goalposts, so to speak. So it took from 2013 to from 12 on the 2.5 to 2024. What do we expect in the future? When will those goalposts be moved again?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Mr. Chair, I'm sure you could also respond to this,
Yes.
but EPA does not consult with NOACA nor give us any updates on what they're thinking. They have committees in place that constantly discuss the standards. Just need to remind everybody that the standard change that just came through for fine particulate matter is not the daily average. This is an annual average, so it actually does not directly affect exceedance days or daily forecasts for fine particulate matter, which is what we've been talking about, but it is still a standard for the annual average. But these things take a while to develop. The standard we're talking about for ozone, for which we are currently in non-attainment, was approved in 2015, so it's been 9 years.
Yeah, so the more on the process of it, so US EPA, I said you have committees. I think they have to review the standard every 5 years, and they have to just determine by law, they have to review it. And they are informed on that through KSAC. It's a committee of public health, doctors and public health officials, and they look at the prevailing research on health effects from these pollutants, and they come up with a determination, and they will make not judgments, but they'll provide insights to US EPA on whether the standard should be changed.
Yeah, I do look at attachment 2 and I see we all do meet the 12.0 annual PM 2.5. And of course, then it changes. So I'm just wondering at what point, because as we attain, when are they going to change it again? So. As soon as you attain it. And I do understand when the doctors and healthcare look at these things, everybody wants perfect health, but would be, I mean, yeah, let's all try to attain it. That's all fine. But, it does go to other factors in so many different
Absolutely.
cases. So.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Kirk, for that presentation. You are up next as well to report on the 2024 American Lung Association State of the Air Report.
Yes. Hello again, everyone. Yep. I'll be presenting on the American Lung Association State of the Air Report and how it relates to the NOACA region. No action is requested at this time. This presentation is for information only, and no previous action has been taken. So a little background on the American Lung Association. They are the first voluntary health organization in the U.S. They were founded in 1904, over 120 years ago, as the National Association for the Study and Prevention of Tuberculosis. And then in 1956, they started incorporating other respiratory diseases as part of their mission. And in 1973, they changed their name to the American Lung Association to better reflect their mission. So their mission is to save lives by improving lung health and preventing lung disease. And their goals are to defeat lung cancer, improve the quality of life for those living with lung diseases, and create a tobacco-free future. And they plan on doing this through education, advocacy, and breakthrough research. So NOACA, the American Lung Association publishes an annual report similar to NOACA about local air quality. They first launched this report in 2000, and I believe they are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the report this year. They released the report back in April. You can see a link here. And this report analyzes 2 of the 6 criteria pollutants set by the US EPA, ozone and fine particulate matter. And as we saw from the previous presentation, these are pollutants that are of concern in our region. Okay, so NOACA and the American Lung Association analyze ozone and PM 2.5 in a similar manner. We both obtain our air quality data from the US EPA's air quality system, and we analyze the 8-hour maximum ozone concentration, which is the standards at 70 ppb, and the 24-hour PM 2.5 concentration, which the standards at 35 micrograms per cubic meter. And both of our current reports analyze data from 2020 to 2022. So we then take this air quality data and compare it to the standards and the US EPA's air quality index. Now, where the ALA's approach is a little different than NOACA's is that they assign ozone and fine particulate matter grades to counties based on a weighted average score in which weighted factors were given to each category of the AQI. So here we can see the air quality index for ozone and PM 2.5. And so what the American Lung Association does is that they count the number of days a region's air quality falls into one of these categories. And then they'll take that number of days, times it by the weighted factor for that associated category, add up those category numbers, and divide by 3 to get an average score. And they divide by 3 because the ozone and PM 2.5 standards are based on a 3-year average. So for this, they assigned a weighting factor of 1 for the orange group, unhealthy for sensitive groups, 1.5 for red, unhealthy, 2 for very unhealthy, and 2.5 for hazardous. So here we can see the equation laid out for us and the grading scale that the American Lung Association uses. So we take the total number of orange days, times it by 1, plus the total number of red days, times by 1.5, so on and so forth. Divide that total by 3 to get your weighted average score. So if a county does not have any exceedance days, they will receive a weighted average score of 0 and a grade of an A. And if a county has a weighted average score of 3.3 or higher, they will receive a failing grade. Okay, so here's an example of the calculation. This is Cuyahoga County's PM 2.5 score. During 2020 to 2022, Cuyahoga had 3 orange days for PM 2.5 and 1 red day. So then we have our equation here. We plug in our numbers. 3 orange days times a weighted factor of 1 plus 1 red day times a weighted factor of 1.5 equals 4.5 divided by 3 to give us 1.5. And then if we go back to our grading scale, we can see that Cuyahoga County is at a C, right in between 1 and 2. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, NOACA and the American Lung Association's methodology in analyzing ozone and PM 2.5 is slightly different. One of the reasons is NOACA for ozone analyzes the 4th highest daily maximum 8-hour concentration, which is averaged over 3 years. So what that means is that for each year, the 8-hour maximum ozone concentrations are ranked, and we take the 4th highest from each year, average them over 3 years, and then compare that value to the EPA standard to determine our attainment status. So ALA takes a different approach by they recognize when a community's air quality repeatedly results in unhealthy days, including those beyond the 4th highest. So they could analyze maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th highest ozone maximum concentration. So what this could mean is that a county could be in attainment with the EPA standards, but they could still receive a failing grade for ozone because they have slightly stricter standards. And then for PM 2.5, at NOACA, we utilized a 98th percentile, which is averaged over 3 years, similar to the ozone process. And according to the American Lung Association, the 98th percentile permits 2% of days to exceed the standard over a 3-year period, which I believe equivalates to 21 days over the 3-year period. So what the ALA has done is that they've structured their grading scale in such a way that is equivalent to using a 99th percentile. So meaning only 1% of days can exceed during the 3-year period. And so it's a slightly stricter standard, and we can actually see how it's slightly stricter in the previous example of the Cuyahoga score. So during 2020 to 2022, we were in attainment with the EPA standard, but the American Lung Association still assigned us a barely passing grade of a C, so indicating that they still believe that we still have quite a bit of work to do to improve our air quality when it comes to PM 2.5 in Cuyahoga. Okay, so the Cleveland, Akron, and Canton metropolitan area ranked 31st worst in the nation for high ozone days, meaning that there were 30 other metropolitan areas that were worse than us in high ozone. That's kind of how the ALA presented the information on their website. And as Cuyahoga County and Lake County were the only counties in the NOACA region to receive a failing grade for ozone. And Cuyahoga County had 16 orange days and 1 red day during 2020 to 2022, resulting in a weighted average of 5.8, which is above the 3.3 for the F grade. And then also Lake County had 17 orange days, resulting in a weighted average of 5.7. Geauga, Lorain, and Medina County all received a B with weighted averages of 0.7, 0.3, and 0.7 respectively. And then the PM 2.5 ranking for Northeast Ohio, we ranked 73rd worst in the nation for 24-hour particulate pollution. We did not have any counties that received a failing grade for PM 2.5. And during 2020, 2022, as I mentioned previously, Cuyahoga County had 3 orange days and 1 red day, resulting in a weighted average 1.5. And Lake and Medina counties all received an A with a weighted average of 0, no exceedance days. And Geauga and Lorain County did not have data available in this report. So for our next steps, continue to monitor ozone and PM 2.5 levels in Northeast Ohio, update the Air Quality Subcommittee on any potential changes to Northeast Ohio's ozone or PM 2.5 attainment status. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
Next up is Joe McDonald. He'll be presenting on the 2024 air quality forecast accuracy through May 31st.
Good morning, everyone. You're very familiar with this item, so I don't need to explain it. As you know, NOACA provides forecasts every day for peak 8-hour ground level ozone concentrations during the season, which began on March 1st and will conclude at the end of October, and year-round for fine particulate matter. We post these forecasts through airnowtech.com in affiliation with the United States Environmental Protection Agency, so you can see them every day. We base these forecasts on a number of meteorological variables and model guidance. They're all listed here. I have not changed this since the last quarter. Let's talk about how we've been doing. So we'll start with PM2.5. We first look at the good versus moderate threshold, which is 12 micrograms per cubic meter for the daily average. Here we are at 61%, which is a bit low for us. We've had a lot of days where that number has been right around the 12 microgram per cubic meter threshold, maybe slightly lower, slightly higher. It's difficult to predict those variations. We are not as concerned about this threshold because this does not convey exceedance. This is the good versus moderate. Really not much bias in terms of whether we missed high or low. We've had no exceedances and we didn't forecast any exceedances. We're batting 1,000 when it comes to moderate versus unhealthy, which is the 35 microgram per cubic meter threshold. Fortunately, that's the news for fine particulate matter so far. Let's hope that this lasts, because at this point last year, we were in a similar situation and it did not last. Let's talk about ozone. So again, this is only for a 3-month period, March 1st through May 31st. This is where we always compare ourselves to how NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, forecasts concentrations. Going forward, since we have a new standard for fine particulate matter, we are going to start looking at how we forecast PM2.5 versus NOAA, but we're not doing that this season. We're setting the stage to do that in the future. So for the good versus moderate threshold, which is 50 parts per billion for your daily 8-hour max concentration, NOACA successfully forecasted that 88% of the time, better than both NOAA's 6Z standard and bias corrected models and their 12Z standard and bias corrected models. So yay us. For the 70 parts per billion or moderate versus unhealthy for sensitive groups threshold, we were at 98%. It shows 98% for NOAA's. We were slightly better, and I'll explain that. When we get into the exceedance days, we had a better prediction of exceedance days. We had 3 exceedance days for the period, May 20th, May 21st, May 24th. You may recall, so all the same week. That was not a great week for air quality. This is the week that immediately preceded Memorial Day. Very difficult weather pattern. NOAA completely missed the May 21st, the May 20th and 21st event, 2-day period. We successfully forecasted that. It was a peak AQI of 3, which is code orange. We had 3 stations and two stations respectively, both to the northeast of the urban core. May 24th, NOAA did forecast it, and I really was on the fence here. We actually only peaked at about 70, I think it was 72 parts per billion. So I agonize, just like I did the last 2 days. You agonize over these days where you know it's going to be very, very close. Do we issue? Do we not issue? And in this case, I chose not to issue, and we eked over the line, so it is an exceedance. To break that down for you, I always look at missed opportunities versus false alarms. A missed opportunity is where we should have, or we actually exceeded and I didn't do it, or NOAA didn't forecast it. A false alarm is we issued an advisory, the exceedance never happened. So there were 0 days where both NOACA and NOAA did not forecast the observed categorical exceedance. There was 1 day where only NOACA missed, that was May 24th. There were 2 days NOAA missed, May 20th and May 21st. There were no days that either NOACA or NOAA forecasted an exceedance when they did not exceed. The missed opportunity is more serious, where we experienced an exceedance and we should have forecasted the advisory and we didn't do it. The false alarm, we can always say that because we forecasted exceedance, people changed their behavior, didn't drive alone, and that saved the region from exceedance. We can always say that. We'll continue to track forecast performance throughout the year for NOACA and NOAA on ozone and fine particulate matter. We will update you in September, hopefully with not bad news. And we will collaborate with NOAA personnel to report our model performance against theirs in Northeast Ohio at the National Air Quality Forecasters Conference, which is in October. Questions?
All right, thank you, Joe.
Thank
For
you.
your presentation. We are done with the informational portion, so we're moving to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates? Taking that there are none, we'll move on to old business. Is there any old business? If none, we'll move on to new business. Is there any new business? Okay. With no new business, I'm going to move to, may I have a motion to adjourn? A second? Thank you. Any opposed? Oh, sorry, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the meeting is adjourned. The next regular meeting will be Friday, September 20th, 2024, 9 a.m. at the NOACA offices. Thank you, everyone.
he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation. For the record, subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If a member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests, from the public, and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top. They are on when they are green. So we're looking at the minutes of the March 15th, 2024 Transportation Subcommittee. Do you have any corrections or additions? Hearing none, can I have a motion to approve them?
Move to approve.
Second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. We can move on to the next piece of our agenda. Advisory Council updates. Pedestrian and bicycle event, the BPAC. Our chair, Marka, any comments? Or is- Okay. Safety and Operations Council, David Ray is the chair. He's not present, but it's all in the packet.
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
And ODOT update, Carrie.
I have a few things to mention. ODOT District 12 received funding for two safety applications that were presented at some of the last councils, the 71 northbound exit to Pearl, some improvements there, and then the VSL extension on Lake 90. The limits are east of 306 to 44. And then ODOT staff are looking at changes in the federal MUTCD with the intent to prepare an Ohio supplement in lieu of our own OMUTCD, which we have done historically. And then statewide, there's been good news on crash numbers. Total serious injury and fatal crashes are all down over the past few years, with 2021 marking a near-term peak. For District 12, fatals in 2023 were a tad higher than the year before, but overall the trend is down. In 2024, so far this year, City of Cleveland fatals are up at this point versus last year. Hopefully that people will change their driving patterns and lower their speeds and watch for pedestrians. The I-90 reconstruction project that was bid recently, the limits were from Harvard to West Boulevard. That project was recently rejected, those bids. We only received one very high bid. We're meeting next week to determine next steps and to rebid.
Thank you. Good news for some of that data. Public comments is next on the agenda. Has anyone signed in to speak? Hearing none. Executive Director's report, Grace.
I have no report today. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll move on to our action items. First quarter 2025 planning project reviews. Sarah.
Just 1 second.
Ready?
Not sure my advancer is working. Okay, all right. Sorry about that, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sarah White, and I'm a senior planner in the programming division. And today, I want to talk a little bit about our project planning review, or PPR process. And these projects will be for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2025. The recommended action for this is to recommend to the Planning and Programming Committee for their July meeting, and then with the intent to present to the Board of Directors at their 2024 September meeting. This was previously presented to our Transit Council, BPAC, and Safety and Operations Advisory Council. So the purpose of project planning review is to take a look at all the proposed projects that come to us in our region and to assess whether they meet NOACA's vision and goals, and to ensure that any proposed projects are consistent with our planning requirements. So the review starts with NOACA staff and comment, or not NOACA staff review and comment, and then obviously bringing to all of our committees, advisory councils, and subcommittees. And then we also do a process called intergovernmental review, where the project and its scope are circulated to communities and agencies who are involved. And then lastly, we also place these projects on our website for public comment. So this graphic just illustrates the process of taking a proposed project through the implementation, through to implementation. The proposed projects we'll be talking about in this presentation today are now in the PPR phase, so the teal part of the triangle. The first project is a trail construction project in Paynesville Township in Lake County, which is sponsored by Lake Metro Parks. This is phase 2 of the project, and it will include a 10-foot wide bike and pedestrian path, and it starts at the end of phase 1 and ends 900 feet into the west. The total cost is estimated at around 1.4 million. And it has committed funding through the Metro Parks, through a federal earmark, and also proposed funding from NOACA's carbon reduction program. Here's a map showing the project site. In the east, the completed phase 1 starts at Paynesville Township Park, so in the green, and goes 2,300 feet to the west. And so phase 2 will pick up there and extend the trail another 900 feet to the west. This is also the former Diamond Shamrock site, and the Metro Parks were granted an easement by the Kurtz brothers, who they currently use this site to store dredge material. Okay, and then next we just keep going with the Lakefront Phase 3. And this is again through Lake Metro Parks. This phase will pick up at the end of phase 2 and end at the eastern corporation limit of Fairport Harbor. So this will effectively finish the link between Paynesville Township Park and then the village. Phase 3 is funded through the Metro Park and also has some committed funds through the NOACA administered carbon reduction program. And then again, here's another similar map as to before, but you can see here that phase 3 is by far the longest piece of that link, but it will complete that trail from Paynesville Township Park, PT in the east, and then go to the corporation limit of Fairview Harbor. Okay. And then our third project for review is the City of Lorraine's proposed Broadway Avenue cycle track. This is a bicycle facility and sponsored by the City of Lorraine. It's proposed to extend 1.35 miles from West 9th down to East 28th. So NOACA has committed carbon reduction funding to this project as well. So this map here shows the extent of the planned bicycle facility. The cycle track is proposed to incorporate green paint at conflict points. So that will include intersections and then any large commercial driveways. Other elements proposed are bike buffer curbs and delineators, bicycle safe grates, and then also this will go underneath the Frank J. Nardini Gateway Train Bridge, so they intend to put some lighting under there to make it more pedestrian friendly. The proposed cycle track will also help to connect some of the southern Lorraine neighborhoods up to the Black River and lakefronts in downtown Lorraine. So for next steps, we will forward any of your comments to the project sponsors and coordinate as needed. And so our action requested is to recommend this project planning review for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2025 to the Planning and Program Committee for review at their July meeting, with Planning and Programming Committee asked to consider for placement on the Board of Directors September meeting.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I have a motion to approve this? And a second. Any discussion on any of these items? Andrew?
Just wondering on the phase 2 of the Metro Park lakefront project, 900 feet for 1.4 million. What are the circumstances that it's so costly there to build that?
My understanding is that there is some erosion control that needs to be done in that area that's a little more costly than some of the other pieces of the lakefront trail. So I think that's why it's a little bit shorter and also costs a bit more.
Any other questions or comments? And I vote all in favor. Any opposed? The motion is approved. So now we're on to the first quarter state fiscal year 25 plan and tip amendments. And Sarah, you're still there.
Yes. So today we're going to look through some of the plan and tip amendment projects for the first quarter of state fiscal year 2025. We would be asking for you to recommend this to the Planning and Program Committee for consideration for placement on the board's September 2024 Board of Directors agenda. So much like our previous presentation, this shows the process of taking these proposed projects through to implementation. So previously we were in the teal phase, and now we've moved on to the gray and white area at the bottom of the triangle. So amending these projects to the long-range plan, NOACA's long-range plan, and then also to our tip. So the first few projects of the tip amendment we actually discussed earlier, and we are moving them through the PPR and plan and tip amendment phase simultaneously so we can keep them going. So this again is Lake Metro Park's Lakefront Path being amended to the tip for project cost and scope updates. And again, this project will include funding from the carbon reduction program administered by NOACA. Phase 3 of the lakefront plan is not currently in the tip and our long range plan, so we would recommend to add those. And this project phase will also include funding commitment from CRP. And then similarly, the City of Lorraine's Broadway Avenue Cycle Track is a new project. So we are proposing it for addition to the plan and tip. This is another program or a project that we would be committing carbon reduction program funds to. The next project proposed for amendment is a major rehab on Interstate 77, and that would be from Grant to Broadway in the city of Cleveland and the villages of Newburgh Heights and Cuyahoga Heights. The construction phase and additional funding are being added to the project, so that triggers a full plan and tip amendment. Next is the Rockside Road Bridges, which go over the Cuyahoga Valley Scenic Railroad and also the Cuyahoga River. This project is being amended to the state tip due to new funding commitments in the form of a Garvey bond. So this project was amended to NOACA's tip at the June board meeting just last week, but it is now pending the execution of the loan and then will be added to the STIP. Okay, the next is another bridge. So this one is, yes, this one is on Interstate 77, and this is a CSX railroad bridge in Cuyahoga Heights. There's additional project funding commitment and cost update, so that will need to be amended to the tip. And then this is a major rehab also on Interstate 77, but this is in Cuyahoga Heights. This will replace the existing pavement and median barriers and have additional shoulder widening. This project's cost will be amended to the tip due to inflationary increases above the allowable threshold, so we'll need to update that. And then this project is for relocation of the Interbelt Curve, which is understandably a very large undertaking. So this amendment is to update the project cost and phasing and to add additional funding commitment. Just to note here, the total cost of the project is expected to be 287 million, but this specific phase in the current tip years is only for primary or preliminary environmental engineering, so that is only 15 million. Okay, and then the next project is on Interstate 90 within Lake County in Willoughby, Menor, Kirkland Hills, and Concord Township. This project's cost will be amended to the tip due to another instance of inflationary cost increases above the allowable threshold. Next, we have the City of Beechwood is requesting an update to the tip for their Richmond Road Signals project. NOACA does have congestion mitigation and air quality funding committed to this project, and the project scope will be amended to the tip. Okay. And then lastly, we have the Garfield Parkway Bridge over Mill Creek in Garfield Reservation. This project is sponsored by Cleveland Metro Parks. And the reason for amending this is the project will be reclassified. It is currently in the tip as a group project, but we'll be amending it to be an individual project so there can be coordination and efficiencies with another adjacent project. Okay, so the total cost of all of the projects from beginning to end would be 660 million. The tip year total is 234 million. So the funding for projects is being amended, have been committed or planned from a variety of sources. And all federal funding is provided by FHWA or FTA. So for next steps, we will present these recommendations to the Planning and Programming Committee in July, and then pending board approval, we would expect them to be included in the long-range plan and or ODOT's statewide tip in October of this year. So action requested is to recommend the plan and tip amendments for the first quarter of fiscal year 2025 to the Planning and Programming Committee for review in July, to eventually be included or considered for placement on the Board of Directors meeting in September.
Thank you, Sarah. Some very large projects on all of them. Some of them have some inflation issues. How about that? Can I have a motion to approve this? And a second. Can we have any discussion? Any questions, comments? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion is approved. Next, we'll go on to future action items. Potential projects for NOACA's controlled funds. Jim?
Thank you and good morning. So I'm going to present on the 2026 through 2029 TIP development for NOACA controlled funds. So no action is being requested at this time from the subcommittee. This item is for information and input, and the item is the 2026 through 2029 TIP development, the prioritization of potential projects for NOACA funds. Previously, we presented the criteria and methodology to evaluate qualifying projects to the advisory councils, to this subcommittee, and to the Planning and Programming Committee for input and discussion. So a little bit of background about this process. Currently, NOACA is seeking to develop its 2026 through 2029 TIP, and we intend to present that to the Board of Directors in March of 2025. The window of time in which the new TIP and STIP will take place is July 1st of 2025 through June 30th of 2029. And then just so everyone knows, we do have an update to the schedule for the NOACA controlled funds. but this does not impact the overall tip schedule for this process. So the Board of Directors approval of NOACA projects, which are recommended for funding from NOACA, is being revised. So initially in previous presentations, we indicated that we were going to present recommendations to the Board of Directors in September of 2024, but we are now delaying that to December of 2024. But this does not impact the overall process for the 2026 through 2029 TIP development. We are currently evaluating projects in accordance with our approved methodology, which was previously presented to the subcommittee. And so that includes determining our funding priorities for the region, as well as developing our program of projects, which will have funding from NOACA during the next TIP. So this slide indicates the process of our very basic 5 steps here. So step 1 is complete. And what we did was we developed the project universe, which has essentially all of the projects that would be considered for NOACA funding during the TIP time period. And those came out of ENEO 2050, which is our long range plan. And we did screen those against the ENEO 2050 priorities. So currently, and a lot of you may have received communications from us recently, we are actually coordinating with regional and local project sponsors and stakeholders to verify the information for the project universe, which is being considered for funding. And so then next steps include filtering the top 25% of our transportation asset management projects, and also evaluating qualifying projects against NOACA's regional significance criteria and considerations. So essentially, our project universe, which essentially includes all the projects that are considered for funding during that window of 2026 through 2029, through our TAM process that currently includes 892 roadway segments, which are needs mostly based on, they're usually mostly roadway projects, which are based on the pavement condition rating during that time. And so all of those potential needs they could be minor repairs, or it could be like through major rehabilitation. Also included are 37 bridge needs, and those bridges support various functional class types. And then we also have 37 enhancement needs. And so enhancements encapsulate a lot of various project types, including bicycle and pedestrian facilities, intersection reconfigurations, medians, streetscapes, sidewalks, etc. So essentially what we're doing is currently we are soliciting input on our project universe. The website is here, or the link is here, but it's also in your packet. And some of you may have received an email communication from us to click on that link and essentially look through the project list and let us know if there's any project detail information that's incorrect. So what we really want you to let us know is the project scope correct? Is the cost correct? And is the estimated year of implementation correct? And if not, please provide feedback to us at our email address, projects@mpo.noaca.org by June 28th, 2024. And this slide just indicates the schedule. Previously, essentially, we previously provided the process to the advisory councils and the subcommittee, as well as our methodology. And so now with our revised schedule, we intend to present our recommendations for NOACA funding at the October Planning and Programming Committee meeting. And then we expect the recommendations to go to the Board of Directors at their December meeting this year. And then afterwards, we will work with the project sponsors and ODOT and so on to ensure that we have scoping details correct to be incorporated into the new TIP for next year. So through the process, staff will continue to evaluate projects for NOACA funding in accordance with our approved methodology. Our project funding recommendations will be presented at the October Planning and Programming Committee meeting, and then we expect it to go to our December Board of Directors meeting this year. And then pending board approval, we will continue to work with project sponsors to finalize our scopes, schedules, and budgets for all projects to ensure that all the information is accurate and correct for the 2026 through 2029 TIP. And that's all.
Does anybody have any questions for Jim? Hearing none, thank you. We'll go on to our informational items. Reimagine Nuclear Corridor TLCI update. Tim Rosenberger from WSP.
Morning, everyone. Tim Rosenberger with WSP, and we're going to go over the recommendations and finalization of the Reimagine Euclid Corridor project. This is a project we've been working on for a little over a year now. The project study area runs 2.7 miles from basically East 105th Street through University Circle and through East Cleveland to Windermere Rapid Station. And it's a pretty intense transit area for the city. There's 4 red line stations nearby and 14 health line stations. And some of the things that we're looking at on this project are, first of all, to use streetscape and transportation improvements to encourage the development that we've seen in and around University Circle to continue eastward into East Cleveland. We're already seeing some of that occurring, and we're hoping that these improvements to the streetscape and the BRT will help push that along and push that further into the city of East Cleveland. Also extend the Health Line dedicated transit lanes that now run out basically at Stokes Boulevard. And the BRT operates in mixed traffic from Stokes Boulevard the rest of the way to Windermere. So one of the things that we're examining is the feasibility of putting in dedicated transit lanes through University Circle and through this section of East Cleveland. Also improving pedestrian safety, reducing pedestrian and bicycle crashes, and improving pedestrian connections in the area, and extending bicycle lanes and facilities, and improving bicycle safety. We had some public outreach last year. We're going to be having public outreach in 2 weeks to show the recommendations and get some feedback on that. But some of the things we heard both from the public and from our stakeholders on the project included support for extending the Health Line dedicated lanes eastward. We heard a lot of agreement with that idea, and also the need for bicycle improvements throughout the corridor. University Circle and the city of Cleveland particularly interested in pedestrian and bicycle accidents in the University Circle area, and a lot of the stakeholders in that area have voiced a lot of concern about that and have provided us with a lot of feedback on ideas for improving conditions there. RTA would prefer for the Health Line dedicated lanes to be basically in a continuous lane to avoid the sort of weaving around that the buses might have to do, and to basically take the curbs out to the bus. And one of the things that we're recommending, particularly in East Cleveland, is bump outs in the blocks where Health Line stations are not present, in order to keep that first lane for the buses as the first lane of traffic on the right. Streetscape improvements to green space, sidewalk widening needed to support redevelopment in East Cleveland. And there's some variation possible in what's needed there. In some places, the need is for front door parking. So in the blocks where there are no Health Line stations now, there often is space for front door parking. But because of the sort of very wide feeling of the road and the high speed that cars travel down there, people don't really feel safe parking there. So one of the things we're recommending is protected parking in some of those blocks. And the speeding and pedestrian safety on Euclid Avenue were the major concern that people in East Cleveland, both the city government and the public, brought up. People traveling down there with at high speed. And the feeling that the road is very wide and it's very safe to do that, which has caused some pedestrian accidents there as well. One of the challenges with putting in the BRT lanes would be removing the capacity that the lanes are now providing for traffic. And we've had a lot of questions about this over the course of the project, and the TLCI project wasn't really scoped to do extensive traffic analysis, but we were able to work with NOACA, and Ali's group at NOACA was able to do a volume capacity ratio analysis for the 2045 no build and build conditions, the build condition being the BRT in place, and that functions as a bus lane, but also as a right turn lane in the roadway network. And then we did a macro level analysis. It isn't a detailed traffic analysis. Detailed traffic analysis
is going to be necessary on all this, but at least it does give us an idea of what the impact of the BRT might be. And what we found as we were analyzing this, this is the AM peak no build condition. And you can see in 2045, we already have a few places. Let me see if I can get the laser to work here. A few places where we are at level of service EF, near MLK in University Circle, and then some places where we go to level of service E. In the AM period, this would be in the westbound direction. This is the build condition, and you can see that this situation gets a little bit worse for a couple blocks here between Adelbert and MLK. Also westbound near Ford and in front of Case at UH Drive. And then for a section here going approaching the bridge on the far side, this is the solar panels and this is the cemetery. So in this area, just as you go out of East Cleveland into Cleveland and go under the railroad bridge. The situation isn't as bad as we anticipated, and you know, I think further analysis is needed, but it wasn't such a traffic Armageddon that we felt like we should eliminate the idea of doing the dedicated lanes. So we're basically leaving the dedicated lanes in place. This is the PM peak, and this is you can see that in the eastbound direction and westbound direction here near 105 and Stokes and East Boulevard, we have some failing intersections. That's about it. In the rest of the corridor isn't terribly heavy traffic in that in the 2045 no build, and the situation doesn't get much worse with the application of the BRT. And this is basically taking away most of the functionality of a lane, taking most of Euclid Avenue down to one lane in each direction plus turn lanes. And again, you know, there is some worsening in the eastbound direction, but it's not so bad that we felt that we could preclude the idea of doing the BRT lanes. So we're recommending that the BRT lanes be carried forward in this and for further analysis. Getting into the recommendations, these include evaluating changing the lane widths to add the dedicated bus lanes and add the capacity for bus, and also to calm traffic in the area. In much of the corridor in the city of Cleveland particularly, the existing condition is 10 to 12-foot lanes. These vary from block to block. The GCRTA goal for the BRT lanes is 12-foot plus one shy distance. So a total of 13-foot lanes from the stripe to the curb. And this is possible in the Cleveland section of the corridor. It is not possible in East Cleveland because of constrained right-of-way, and we'll talk about that. Another use that is permitted in the BRT lane are the bicycles. So in addition to right-turning traffic being permitted to use the dedicated bus lanes, bicycles would be permitted. And we felt that this was a good way to accommodate the need for a safe bike lane. There was no way that we could accommodate a bike lane and a BRT lane within the existing right-of-way. We would have had to go outside the curb lines in order to add a bike lane in the roadway, or else put the bike lanes behind the sidewalks. So the compromise there was to put the bikes into the bus lane. In all of the corridor, we're aiming to have 10-foot traffic and turn lanes. And again, these are 10 to 12 feet in the Cleveland section. They are 10 foot for the center lanes, for the traffic lanes in the East Cleveland section. So we want to investigate restriping the lanes in East Cleveland to accommodate ideal widths for turning travel and the BRT, but given the constraints in East Cleveland, we're likely to need to go to an 11+1 setup for the BRT, so 1 foot narrower than RTA would prefer. In order to even do that in East Cleveland, we need to narrow the pedestrian islands that were installed with the Hawk signals that were installed at 6 locations last year and earlier this year in University Circle to get us to 21 feet between the curbs, which would allow us to do the BRT lanes and a 10-foot traffic lane, 22 feet rather. At the intersections where in East Cleveland, where there are no BRT stations, Healthline stations present, we're recommending doing curb bump outs at the intersections, and I'll show you what we're talking about with that. If development nearby would prefer to have sidewalks, there's the question of, does the development want front door parking, or do they want sidewalks, wider sidewalks to do sidewalk dining or something like that? So we are able to be flexible and putting in both of those as options in our recommendations. At many intersections, we're recommending narrowing the curb radius in order to provide better ped safety and shorter crosswalks. We are looking at some missing crosswalks in the University Circle area, and I'll show you those. And then evaluate the potential for expanding pedestrian islands at a couple of locations. One that we're definitely recommending is on the south side of Superior on the northbound side before Euclid, which was requested by RTA Service Planning in order to relocate a stop. And then we want to investigate potential to improve the railroad bridge Sarah mentioned out in Lorraine. They're proposing to do lighting improvements under the bridge on Broadway, and it would be something similar to that, although this is a much longer distance, but it would be something like that where we would try to do painting and lighting improvements under there to make that a little less formidable for crossing. These recommendations are based on the need to enhance safety for pedestrian and transit users, also for cyclists, transit vehicles, and auto traffic, and maximizing transit vehicle throughput by providing adequate lane widths and for turning movements. We want to emphasize all of these recommendations are going to require further analysis, traffic analysis, particularly at some of the intersections, and many of the recommendations are going to require variances, basically for ODOT to approve narrowing the lanes and making other changes. So wanted to get that out there, make sure everybody understood that we're not taking anything for granted in those areas. Any questions so far before we get into some of the pictures? Okay. This is Euclid at MLK. So what we have an option. Andy Cross at one of the council meetings, I think Safety Council, talked about this and was not crazy about it, this idea, but basically taking away this island that's now at MLK and Euclid and putting in and the slip lane over here, and then this would shorten up the crosswalk distance. It would eliminate the second crosswalk, and we would still be able to accommodate the right turning traffic here. Andy, in his traffic engineering opinion, believes that this is not as safe as this idea that we have is not as safe as the existing condition. So obviously that's something that's going to have to be analyzed further before we would recommend it going forward. The red lanes on here that we're showing are meant to indicate the BRT lanes. RTA doesn't intend to paint the lanes. That's not something that they recommend because of the maintenance issues with it, but we used it as a convention to show that that is meant to be a bus lane. The green bike lanes are shown here, and these are existing bus lanes, and they basically end at Adelbert in the west of the corridor. This is at East Boulevard, and here we're proposing to extend the curb out and extend the island, so that would narrow the crosswalk here. This is at Adelbert. We're recommending here doing some extension of the curb radius to shorten up the crosswalks. This is showing, and we're going to show as an option, a scramble crosswalk. Obviously, this would add time to the turning and through movements, and something that would require more analysis, but it's something that had the support, the stakeholders, Case Western, City of Cleveland, University Circle Incorporated in this area are very supportive of ideas that are narrowing the lane widths, and also adding to the pedestrian safety through the curb radius changes and changes to crosswalks. Starting in this area, we would have 10-foot traffic lanes, and then we would have the 12-foot or 13-foot BRT lanes. This is at Cornell, and one of the things that we're recommending here at Cornell and at UH Drive and at Adelbert is right now these crosswalks on the western side of the intersection are removed. They were removed at the time of the BRT, the health line being built. The reason they were changed was because drivers making these left turns onto Euclid Avenue from the streets coming in from the south were having trouble seeing pedestrians, and may have hit some or almost hit some. So the idea was that if we could steer everybody to this side, it would eliminate that problem. The stakeholders were very supportive of returning these so that people aren't, because anytime there's the crosswalk is lacking, there's a temptation to make a movement across that is not controlled, and that causes more problems. So those recommendations are included. This is at Mayfield. We would basically be, right now, this curb radius sort of mimics the shape of the building over here, and we would bump this out to shorten up this crosswalk a little bit, and also do probably plastic bollards or something like that in order to extend out these islands to provide a little bit more protection for the pedestrians. Mm-hmm.
Are you proposing a median just because traffic typically queues up there because folks are picking up food in the drive lane? And so cars typically have to go around that to get through.
Yeah, we were proposing that, but if you think that's going to be a problem.
Well, I think it needs some analysis just from the day-to-day operations. It's different than how it's
Yes.
meant to be operating. And it's a problem now. So if there's a hard median, I think you need to have some good conversations with traffic engineering.
Oh, yes. We know. Well, all of this, every intersection basically is going to have to be probably modeled, with the by the
It's
traffic.
clearly
Yeah.
not working today.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of crashes here right now, so. Sure.
Okay, yeah, I think it's a really important point. I would just, excuse me, highlight that for the entire corridor. There are, and this may be an enforcement issue with CPD for the city, excuse me, but there are constantly people parked, not even just queuing, but parked
Yes.
in the bus lane
Right.
or in the travel lane. So I mean, I think there's just kind of a broader conversation.
Yes. Yes. No, that is true, and that's something that UCI has brought up too.
So I don't know if like, in considering this planning process, working with the city, we think about designated pickup zones that are off.
Yeah, we actually were
Yeah.
thinking about that. I don't know that I have it on here, but in this area between kind of between UH Drive and Adelbert on the south side, there's parking there. And it's always full of cars. We're not sure what that's all about, because I don't think people are parking there on the street in a 2-hour parking zone to go to the hospital. Maybe they are, but I doubt it, So one of the things that we thought about with that area was turning that into perhaps a drop-off zone. But that is a risk for all of this, and this is an increasing problem all over the country with BRT lanes. That, with delivery vehicles parking in the BRT lanes and people double parking. At this location by Cornell, you have the risk of Case and University Hospitals probably doesn't need this parking this way, but these businesses here need it. And parking along here. So one of the things we want to look at and recommend looking at is that we do this area back here, that's kind of off the map as a pickup and drop off zone for delivery vehicles, and then perhaps trying to do some sort of on-street parking down here on Cornell.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just, obviously, I
Yeah.
don't think Uber Eats and all that is going anywhere.
No.
So, solving for that ahead of time.
Right.
Along the entire corridor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
trying to find locations for that. No, that's a great
So Tim, if you
recommendation.
could add that as a recommendation to the
Mhm.
study,
Right.
both
Mhm.
not only enforcement, but finding areas, because that is exacerbated since this was designed. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah. Yes.
And it's going to continue with crime.
Yeah, that was not
Ubers,
even
Eats.
Uber was not a thing, at the time when.
If I could just, one last comment,
Mhm.
Director, sorry, usually when in working with CPD, for example, if there's a designated place to go for drop off and pick up, it's much easier for them to enforce the illegal folks queuing, because they're able to point and say, no, that's your area over there, and so just wanted to add that on.
Right. Okay, this is now in East Cleveland, and this is sort of a transitional area. This is the Mickey site, which is now being redeveloped, and they're actually having a grand opening for this development. The land bank and City of East Cleveland requested an island in this area. This is the only place where we're recommending an island particularly. But there is the possibility of it. In this area is kind of where the BRT lane would transition down from the 12-foot lanes to 11+1. We also propose bumping out the curb radius, and this is an example that we would follow in other blocks. This is a health line block. So in this block, the sidewalks are pulled out to accommodate the BRT station. In these other blocks, there's usually 7 or 8 additional feet on each side that's available for parking. We're recommending putting in at these places curb bump outs that that would protect basically the parking behind and in between the blocks. But if development wants it, if it's needed for the development, these also could be bumped out sidewalks across the whole block or part of the block. Then this is at Superior. So at Superior, we're recommending that this island here be blown up to be a little bit longer. The reason, one of the reasons for this, I think it's safer for pedestrians. We're recommending bumping out the curb here on the island to basically line up with the bus lane. But the bus stop for the northbound Route 3, RTA Route 3, which is down off the map here, but is in a spot where the buses have a hard time after they pick up passengers, then transitioning to the center lane so that they can make this through movement north on Superior. They're kind of trapped in this right-hand turn lane, which puts them into this slip lane and back out onto Euclid where they don't want to go. So what RTA Service Planning recommended is that we expand this island and we actually put the bus stop on the island so that the buses would be able to pull up here and pick up and drop off passengers at that location. They would then already be in the center lane or in the through lane and could continue north to the Rapid Station and along Superior Avenue. This is at Bryn Mawr, and this is an example of a place where you could potentially mix a protected parking area for the library and then a bumped out sidewalk. This is where the eastbound busway would end and the buses would transition over to make their left turn at Amherst, AKA the driveway to Windermere. The bus lanes would continue on the other side. In this area, the bus lanes are shown as 11 plus 1, traffic lanes 10 feet. This is one of these pedestrian islands that was installed with the Hawk signals, and we have the Hawk signals in this area. There's 6 locations in East Cleveland. And in order to provide for a 10-foot lane here and 11 feet on this side, we actually have to shave a foot off of the sides of these pedestrian islands in order to provide enough right-of-way. This is the last piece of the BRT. It would basically come out at the Windermere and make the right-hand turn. Here, the eastbound or westbound buses would be coming in this way and would go into the Windermere Rapid Station. You can see here we've got the bumped out curbs here in front of Windermere. We talked a little bit about the bridge going under the railroad. This is really an impediment to pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic going through here. It's not pleasant to drive, as you know, under there. RTA applied for a grant for lighting and public art improvements. They were not granted that grant. So we're headed back to Plan B for that, but we want to recommend that something be done here. There's many examples around the country and around the world where people have done through lighting and paint improvements, not even getting into the actual structural piece of the bridge, which of course belongs to the railroads and can't be touched, but it would at least improve the lighting and the look underneath there and make it a little bit more inviting to walk under there. So next steps, we have final meetings with stakeholders. Those are going to be ongoing through the month. And then we have public outreach meetings coming up in 2 weeks. East Cleveland Salvation Army on the 25th, noon and 6 p.m. Abington Arms, that's the apartment buildings back kind of behind Mocha. And in their community room, we're going to be there at noon and 5:30 on Thursday, the 27th. And we hope to deliver our final report by the end of the month. We'll see based on the comments that we receive at the public meetings. And then the stakeholders take over, and basically the cities and RTA and other agencies will be responsible for advancing each of these recommendations. Any questions?
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Any more discussion? So next we'll go to the impacts on speeding on pedestrian safety. I think we talked a little bit about that with this project on Euclid. Oh, sure, go ahead. Yes. That's city's projects, yeah. Yeah, it's on the border.
No, I understand, but it could be where a development is ongoing, instead of doing the 1.5% park at that location, they
The issue is this bridge is owned by the railroad.
with their collaboration.
Well, the art, I helped write the grant. The art grant was basically using RTA's bridge to do whatever it could to like put light on this bridge. And I know the city has worked really hard. I think Mark, you even worked on it to try and light this bridge up as best they can without touching the bridge, because CSX won't let us. So that's a great, well, I think that it'll continue. Yeah. That's why we had using RTA's bridge to forecast and using RTA's bridge to lighten up the area. The art can be on public right of way. It's narrow though. So I think that initiative is continuing when the art, grant was not funded. We'll continue working with all the partners to see what we can do out there.
That's actually. Well, maybe I can't. It's just that picture.
Yeah, didn't you have another slide of it
You want the bridge one?
in a previous
It's
presentation?
probably the best one I have, unfortunately. Okay, this bridge is owned by, there's three bridges. This one is owned by, the next one, the middle one is owned by CSX. Which is the west one and the middle one. The one on the eastern end is owned by RTA. So RTA could do lighting.
And that's what we
could do
tried.
all of our underneath their bridge. And it is also possible to sort of suspend, this is public land over here, and you could potentially suspend something between them, but you could put in that's in the. But actually touching the railroad bridge would be very, very complicated. Years-long process.
But any other discussion? Yeah.
Thank you. Director Galucci, does staff ever engage with our congressional delegation on stuff like this? I mean, I understand CSX is very difficult to get a hold of, but, do we ever leverage our federal partners who I know have probably a broader relationship with CSX on these types of questions?
I can't say specifically if we've leveraged the congressional delegation to work with the railroads, but we have leveraged other assets such as ODOT and the Ohio, it's the Rail Development Corporation. We certainly can look into specifically working with the delegation to try and speed up the interactions, the collaboration with the railroads. Bundle them, yeah.
Happy we've been working with the railroads on improving the condition of the rail. And so far we've only had traction on abating nuisances, but they are at least at the table. And then we're hoping to do more related to the actual infrastructure, but we could add this to one of the items that we bring to their attention. And also just to highlight that when RTA did the University Cedar Station, that was phenomenal how, RTA figured out how to do the improvements without actually touching the walls of the other bridges, but
And we did
it
at
cost a pretty
Midfield,
penny.
too.
Yep.
And we're doing it at 79.
So it's possible. It just takes some cash.
It takes a lot of time and patience. Yes. Thank you.
To answer the councilman's question, when I was at Cuyahoga County, the congressional delegation was the only way to get the railroad to respond.
Certainly we'll have some follow-ups on how to make this bridge, tunnel, whatever it is, a lot better without touching it. Any other discussion about any other elements or the tunnel bridge? Hearing none. Why don't you proceed, Tessa, on impacts of speeding on pedestrian safety?
Good morning. My name is Kessa Turnbull, and I'm here to talk about the impacts of speeding on not on primarily pedestrians, but also other vulnerable road users' safety. No action is requested, but we'd really love to have as good of a discussion about that as we just had about Euclid. And this was previously presented to the Bicycle and Pedestrian and Safety and Operation Councils back in February.
unfortunately, your agenda was so jam-packed last quarter that we're just getting back to it now. So in 2021, there were over 7,000 pedestrians killed and over 60,000 injured in traffic crashes, which comes out to a pedestrian being killed every 71 minutes and injured every 9 minutes on average. Nationally, they account for 17% of all traffic fatalities in the country. And as you can see in the blue circle, Ohio ranks towards the low end of the middle range, with just over 12% of total traffic fatalities being pedestrians. Crash injuries are estimated to be the 8th leading cause of death globally for all age groups, but they are particularly devastating for our youth because they are the leading cause of death for children and young people ages 5 through 29. And the following video really just sends home the devastation when a child's life is taken away from them in a car crash, as so many are. Delcho? Well, maybe it's not going to, but this is in your packet and you can watch the video, and it is this guy just being absolutely devastated because he has a kid of his own. He's in a rush to get to work, and he hits a little girl while she's crossing the street, and he just comes out with this heart-rending gasp of horror. But at that point, it's too late. So the next few graphs are from Dangerous by Design, which I highly recommend to everyone. And it's the perfect timing to check it out because the 2024 release was just released at the end of May. Crashes don't impact everyone evenly, so people walking in lower income areas are killed at far higher rates. Pedestrian amenities are often least available in the most disadvantaged places. Fewer sidewalks, crosswalks, and other traffic calming measures make walking more dangerous. Wide straightaways and lacking streetscapes actively encourage speeding. As you can see in the graph, there is a direct correlation between low-income census tracts and with incomes between 15 and 25,000 being more than 4 times higher than in areas with a median income over 100,000. While the pattern still holds completely true with the updated report, it's important to note that all of the numbers on this chart are higher than they were 2 years ago. Every single income level has a higher chance of being killed than they used to, and the all population rate has increased from 1.9 to 2.06 per 100,000 people. Between 2010 and 2022, pedestrian deaths rose 75%, especially during COVID, and Native American and Black Americans are disproportionately likely to die while walking. In the last 2 years, they have become even more disproportionately high, while Asian Pacific Islanders' likelihood has actually decreased, and non-Hispanic whites have held steady. So we are making progress in some areas of our country, but they are anything but equitably distributed. Now, getting into speeding specifically, it's a crime that we all commit from time to time, but how bad is it really? The answer is very. Nationally, there were over 12,000 speeding fatalities in 2022, and they made up almost 1/3 of all traffic fatalities. That's over 33 people per day dying from speeding. And it should be pointed out that this is probably an undercount because unless you have some type of evidence, unless the cop happens to have been there and seen them, how many people are going to admit that they were speeding during a situation? Statewide, there were over 300 fatalities. shown in this map with unfortunately our very own Cuyahoga County being the clear loser at 48 due to speeding in 2023. Regionally, we had 68 speeding fatalities in our 5 counties in 2023, and we've already had 23 this year as of May 28th, before we have even gotten to the most dangerous 100 days of summer. The faster a car goes, the less chance a pedestrian has of surviving a crash. Only a little extra speed makes a big difference. If you're hit by a car going 23 miles per hour, you only have a 10% chance of dying. But if you're hit at 42, say in a 35 miles per hour zone, that skyrockets up to 50%. And if you're unlucky enough to be hit at 58 miles per hour, say on a rural road, you have a 90% chance of death. Speeding literally makes you see less as you're driving faster. Our cone of vision shrinks so that we only see people who are directly in front of us and aren't prepared to stop for someone stepping off a sidewalk to either side. Both our reaction time and braking time increase as we're driving faster as well. So while it only takes 60 feet to stop at 20 miles per hour, that stopping distance nearly doubles at 30 miles per hour, which, remember, is less than the 35 miles per hour speed limit that is so common in a lot of our cities. Internationally, experts are actually proposing that we go even lower than 25. This is an example of a proposed safer speed limit model in the Netherlands alongside their existing general speed limits. And what's interesting is that where there are vulnerable road users like pedestrians and cyclists around, such as urban local roads or rural collectors with non-motorized activity, they're actually proposing lowering the speed limit to 19 or 20 miles per hour. So making our speed limits 25 instead of 35 is a really great step in the direction, but we shouldn't consider that the be-all and end-all for traffic safety. If we are able to watch this, no, we're just not going to try to watch this other video. Okay, so I really do strongly recommend that you check out these 2 videos on their own time, but what this video shows is, first of all, a survey of people, of asking how fast they think that it's okay to drive in residential neighborhoods, and getting answers of 50, 60, or even 80 kilometers per hour. And then doing a driving course where people are driving 31 miles per hour and they are hitting the cardboard cutouts as they come out. They just cannot stop in time, and you can see the shock on the drivers' faces when there's nothing they can do about it. Then they take the course again at 19 miles per hour, and voila, they're suddenly able to stop and not hit those evil little cardboard cutouts that are such an effective teaching mechanism. One of my dreams is to run a course like this for the NOACA region at some point, because I don't think there's anything much more impactful than really experiencing yourself how much easier it is to stop at a lower speed. Now, this has been a kind of depressing presentation so far, so there is one piece of good news, is that our region is starting to take things speeding a little seriously. Lake Avenue in Lakewood recently got lowered from 35 to 30 miles per hour, and the city of Cleveland is looking at doing the same for their stretch. ODOT is looking at a program for designing their roads for 25 miles per hour so that there are infrastructure improvements that actually force people to drive slower instead of just lowering the speed limit signs. And there is starting to be some progress made in this direction, but there is still so much more room to go. Something to be on the lookout for in the press is that there's been a lot of noise lately about stopping right turns on red for downtown districts. This was actually originally a fuel-saving measure back from the oil crisis, which I had no idea about and found really interesting. But it certainly wasn't a safety measure. It wasn't even a throughput measure, despite that being what people mostly talk about its benefits for now. From its beginning, it has required cars to come to a complete stop and to yield to pedestrians, but many motorists don't comply with that, especially at intersections with wide turning radii. Drivers' focus is on cars approaching from the left, and so it's all too easy for them to miss pedestrians approaching from the right. In addition, they often block crosswalks for a better view, which then leads to pedestrians crossing out into the street and putting themselves more into harm's way. No turn on red signs also have an option from the MUTCD to be used with specific times of highest pedestrian traffic or with leading pedestrian intervals for maximum protection. There haven't been a lot of studies on this. I mean, NHTSA did a study for Congress back in 1994, but it covered less than 5 years of data across only 4 states. I checked, Ohio wasn't one of them. There was also a study in California from the National Motorist Association that found 96% of the injuries associated with right turns on reds were minor, but it didn't go into details on how many injuries those were. And what's important to remember is that even if it's a minor injury, it has a major chilling effect on people's willingness to walk or bike in an area. In 2023, the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency found that right turns on red were only responsible for 1% of all injury crashes, but that 20% of all of the bike and pedestrian crashes involved turning vehicles. Rather than making these decisions politically and based on emotions, we need actual studies to provide data for making the decision numerically. How much of a problem is this really? How many cars are turning at given intersections? How many bicyclists and pedestrians and other vulnerable road users are there? How much more comfortable do all these people use without the right turns on red? And how much less often are crosswalks blocked? And on the other side, how much time is added to an average commute if you take away people's ability to turn right on red? Or we were talking about delivery trucks earlier, how much time gets added to those delivery drives? And since this was originally a fuel-saving measure, how much more fuel is used without right turns on red? And what emissions does this lead to? So, NOACA will continue to educate people on the dangers of high speeds, even when they're legal, and the need to slow down to protect people outside of cars, and advocate for reduced speeds, even though it's hard, because getting from point A to B shouldn't involve risking someone's life. Staff will also research the right turn on red impacts on pedestrian and cyclist crashes to propose a policy based on a technical approach instead of an emotional one. Any discussion? It could be either one. It could be them just looking over their shoulder, trying to see if they've got a clear path for the turn. It could be that they've got a green ability to turn, but the pedestrian has a walk sign and neither of them accounts for the other. There's a whole lot it could be.
Councilman.
Thank you. And I appreciate you putting this together. I would just kind of flag one thing, the comment around like emotion or, I wonder too, data may not reflect, I don't walk through that intersection because it's dangerous, right? So even though there's not a data point for someone got struck at the intersection, having conversations with people in the community nearby, property owners, nearby users to better understand, I do think is valuable. That may not be a hard data point, but, to the question of, I would ride my bike on that street, but I don't because it's not safe. Or I don't use that intersection as a pedestrian because it's not safe. So I just wanted to flag that.
And I want to draw attention to the near misses in particular because I walk to and from this building every day. And I have had more times than I can count where I have jumped out of the crosswalk because someone has been turning right or left, honestly, and they have not cared that I've been there with a walk signal. I'm lucky enough that I haven't gotten hit yet, but it's certainly a part of my daily commute.
It'd be interesting to see bicycles too, because I don't know, I bike a couple times a week, 3, 4. Once every 2 weeks, I'm almost hit. Yeah, I get it. Okay, are there any more discussion? Hopefully we can continue and do better. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Casa. For reports and updates, in your packet, you'll find the state's fiscal year 2024 NOACA funded project monitoring report. Is there any old business that the committee would like to talk about? Hearing none and seeing no hands, how about any new business? Again, none. If you don't want to stay here the rest of the afternoon, can I have a motion to adjourn? A second. All in favor? Any opposed? I don't hear it. Thank you. We'll see you again on September 20th at 10:30 here in NOACA's offices.
In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any members feel the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that matter shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. That member shall not participate in any discussion for a matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on when the light is green. We are on to the minutes of March 15th, 2024 from the Water Quality Subcommittee meeting. Are there any corrections or additions?
I have a correction. That's very loud. On page 2 of the minutes, it states, I quoted, is preparing an extension of the sanitary sewer to all homes. It should correctly read support the extension of sanitary sewers to replace aged private sewage treatment systems. And then on page 4 of the minutes, also in a quote, the last part of the sentence, it can ensure that the systems are replaced by a sewer extension. It should read, we will work with homeowners that have failing systems until the sanitary sewer is available to them. That's all I have.
Can I have a motion to approve with the 2 recommended amendments?
So moved.
And may I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion is approved. We have a couple folks signed up for public comments on the agenda. I've got 2 people who have signed in to speak. Did I just go in order? Yeah. The first is Kevin Corcoran from the city of North Royalton. North Ridgeville, excuse me. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Is it on? Morning, everybody. I'm here to talk about the proposed FPA change. This is not the first one, but it's the second one on the agenda. The city of North Ridgeville operates the French Creek wastewater treatment plant. Actually, Corey's in charge of that, and he's here to answer any questions that might come up while I run out of here at 12:30. This FPA change, first of all, I'm going to defend our plant and say that our plant is the best one in Lorraine County by far. And I say that because our rates are the lowest, significantly lower than Avon Lake, for example. So any proposed, run to Avon Lake is going to cost the customers in that area at least 3 to 4 times more than what we charge. So it seems kind of silly to have anybody pay that much more, but it has happened in the past. There was an FPA change, kind of blindsided North Ridgeville. I was not in office at the time, but it happened and it shouldn't have. But what I'm here to tell you today, we were looking at the GIS map for the city of Avon, which is served by French Creek. And they have proposed sewer lines through the area that is in question right now today. They have proposed lines that run east-west and then north-south along Miller Road. And I have not had the opportunity to talk to the mayor about those proposed plans and whether they were moving forward with them. But, we're in a position where we'd be willing to run a line ourselves and charge the company that's going into this space a capital charge to repay it over time. And that capital charge would still make their rate lower than what Avon Lake would charge for the treatment of their wastewater. So it just seems silly to me to change this and cost people more money than is necessary. But we proposed a similar deal to Ford to save them $1 million a year, and they didn't even call us back. So I don't know. Sometimes people do dumb things when it comes to money, but you know, that's where point is. I think we can serve the area. I think Avon's proposing to serve the area, and it seems like it would be a no-brainer to go to French Creek rather than to Avon Lake. In the background, there is also the 6119 discussions that are going on in the county, and the idea was that French Creek would be the east side plant. But those conversations are running into a couple of roadblocks themselves, and would still need to be approved by a judge before they were put in place anyway. So right now, that's my point, and I hope you take it into consideration as you talk about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't believe I have any other public comments. We are now on to the chair's report and executive director's report.
I have no report today.
Thank you. We are now on to action items. Our first is the Lorraine County FPA and NEORSD Southwest FPA boundary and prescription modification request, South Boone Road, Columbia Township, and I have Sarah Stanzi.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Today we have one FPA and prescription modification request, which involves Lorraine County and NEORSD FPA boundaries and prescriptions along South Boone Road in Columbia Township. So the Lorraine County Sanitary Engineer is requesting the modification of the Lorraine County FPA by transferring 26 parcels, approximately 62.55 acres along South Boone Road to the NEORSD Southwest FPA and changing the prescriptions for all 26 parcels from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years. This action is being requested to allow for the lateral sewer connection along the west side of South Boone Road. Lateral sewer connections are becoming available as part of the Boone Road Sewer Phase 3 project, which is extending sanitary sewers down South Boone Road to serve the new Del Webb active adult community that is planned for construction in Columbia Township on the previous Hickory Nut Golf Course. The applicant is the Lorraine County Sanitary Engineer, and again, they're requesting that the FPA and prescription modification happens for 26 parcels, and all affected parties have been notified and are in agreement. So attachment 2 on the left-hand side of the screen shows the proposed modification area with the black hatch marks over it. As I mentioned, the Boone Road Sewer Phase 3 project is going to extend the sanitary sewer south from Royalton Road down past Squire Road, approximately 1,900 feet. And so it will be ending about in this area. And so that, again, is going to serve the new Del Webb community that's planned for construction. It's not in the extent of this map, but east of the proposed modification area, kind of in this area. And there will also be a entrance to the development off of South Boone Road, approximately in this area. And so attachment 3 shows the proposed FPA modification, removing those 26 parcels from the Lorraine County FPA, transferring them to the NEORSD Southwest FPA, and changing the prescriptions from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years. And so the FPA modification request discussion was actually initiated by NOACA after we received the plans for the Boone Road Sewer Phase 3 project during our weekly permit to install review tracking. When we reviewed the engineering drawings, we saw that laterals were being installed on the west side of South Boone Road, and after discussion with the applicant, they decided to request the FPA modification to ensure access to those new sewers through the laterals. The prescription change was required by NURSD to more accurately represent the changing conditions in the area with increasing development. Again, all parties are in agreement and the modifications are consistent with the Clean Water 2020. And so our next steps, once the NOACA Board of Directors adopts the modification through resolution, it will be sent to Ohio EPA for certification by the governor and then on to US EPA for approval. And copies of the resolution and updated FPA maps will be sent to Lorain County, NURSD, and Columbia Township. So again, we are requesting that this item is recommended to the Planning and Programming Committee for consideration of placement on the September 2024 Board of Directors agenda. The action is modifying the Lorain County FPA by removing 26 parcels along South Boone Road and transferring them to the NURSD Southwest FPA and changing the prescriptions from limited sewers expected within 20 years to sewers expected within 20 years.
Can I have a motion to approve? Can I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion or question?
Now, I just want to remind everyone, and Jeff's here from the sewer district, that we'll also have to modify our service agreement with the sewer district, because right now those parcels aren't included in the service agreement. So that will have to happen as part of this FPA change as well.
I can make a comment as well. I'm sorry,
Go
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I understand what's proposed. My question is the parcel adjacent to the southeast corner of the proposed area in question. Is there any chance that at a later time we're going to be approached to change that little parcel?
This one right here.
Yeah.
So from what I understand, I don't believe so because the sewer doesn't extend as far down.
Okay.
It doesn't, we looked at the engineering drawings and this is where the cutoff is. So unless they extend the sewers farther down past that parcel, then it may be in that case. But for now, the sewer extension ends about here. So
Okay.
that's why we didn't include that parcel.
Got it. Thank you.
Actually, I could add to that.
Yep.
This has been a discussion between Lorain County and the sewer district for years. Actually, Frank Greenland used to always bring this up about doing this piece by piece. The township who supported the FPA change does not like to go beyond what's actually going to be sewered. I mean, their concern is when you do the FPA change as part of that service agreement modification, they also go into the stormwater agreement with the sewer district. They don't want the residents paying that stormwater fee unless they have the sewer. So when we do the FPA change, this one's a little bit different. We were able to pick up a few parcels that will not have sewer. At Squire Road, there's a few you see we added this. There was no sense leaving those out at this time. But as a general rule, they like to only see the change with the parcels that are actually going to get sanitary sewer service.
And then I just have a quick question. The 26 parcels in question, is that going to be then the site location for the Del Webb development that you
It is
referenced?
not. So the Del Webb development is not within the extent of this map. It's to the east of the proposed modification area. It's like, if we could stretch this map out a little bit, it would be to the east in this area. So the sewer is going to be extended down South Boone Road, and then there will be an entrance to the new Del Webb development here, and then it will also have an entrance from Royalton Road, actually. So, yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, in review of our data on those affected parcels, most of the private sewage treatment systems there were put in like as early 50s to mid to late 70s and are unknown discharge points and in some cases unknown systems. So they would be, most likely in need of replacement. We do have some more recent replacements that were done in the mid-90s, but for the most part, you're looking at systems that were put in the 50s and 60s.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion is approved.
Thank you.
All right, we are now on to presentation and discussion items. The first is future action, the Avon Lake, Lorco FPA and French Creek FPA boundary modification request, Miller Road and Colorado Avenue in Avon. And I'll turn it over to Pam Davis.
So we just use the location. We don't have a project name for this. As of right now, it's just a distribution facility. And let me start with saying that in the Clean Water 2020 plan, there is a deadline for application for an FPA modification that is 18 days prior to this meeting. And so that would have been Memorial Day. And so we got a call on Wednesday or Tuesday, the following day. So I extended it. They got me something by the end of day. And so, you know, my initial understanding is that folks were in discussions and letters of support would be submitted. And so we have not had the letters of support because we have an objection. And so we've moved it to from an action item to an information item. So we're not asking for any action at this time. The modification is about 299 acres. And totals about 26 parcels, which would be removed from the North Ridgeville French Creek facility planning area boundary and be added to Avon Lake if it were to be acted upon. The idea with this project is there's a commercial distribution facility that's looking to be developed there. It's going to be a 1.5 million square foot building. Currently, there are two Lorco force mains that exist along Miller Road. Again, moving these parcels and the acreage from French Creek to Avon Lake. There was no request for prescription change. The area is currently described as currently sewered and sewer is expected in 20 years. So the affected jurisdictions would be North Ridgeville as the designated management agency for French Creek facility planning area, Avon Lake as the DMA for the Avon Lake FPA, Lorco because of the partnership that Lorco and Avon have with sewering and wastewater treatment process, and the city of Avon. And as mentioned, North Ridgeville has submitted an objection, and I'll talk about how we got to where we're at today. I have been in contact with Avon Lake. I've been in contact with Avon. I've been in contact with Corey with North Ridgeville, and had back and forth with a developer who's been acting with Avon Lake. So the developer is actually called Insight Real Estate LLC, and they're working with Avon. And they originally proposed this gray area for an FPA modification, taking it from Avon Lake, or taking it from North Ridgeville to Avon Lake. One of the things in the Clean Water Plan, specifically on page 4-15, which is chapter 4, page 15, is that an alternative sewer plan cannot create a hole. I've been saying island, whole island, misnomers there for me, or any other discontinuity in the existing FPA that would compromise the ability of the existing DMA to extend sanitary sewer services to any area within its FPA. So the objection we're hearing from the city of North Ridgeville is apropos in this case. So, you know, we talked with the developer, we emailed with Avon Lake, back and forth. And we said, you know, NOACA proposed in the initial review, just, you know, for discussions, that maybe the FPA modification should consider adding the parcels in blue. After researching those parcels in blue, so then you would change the boundary to come here and then take up that area that was proposed in the whole. Those parcels in blue are actually owned by Cleveland, CEI,
and the city of Avon. So utilities, and the boundary just north of there is Norfolk Southern. So in my mind, it made a little sense to propose, so we have a continuous boundary. And then we also proposed these 3 parcels just for discussion's sake to make sure that the boundary line was, as clean as possible in this discussion. And so we presented to Avon Lake a list of these parcels and, different Excel spreadsheets, et cetera. And they actually revised their modification to include those 26 parcels. It may not look like 26, but there are some parcels here along this edge that are like frontage along the right of way that they have their own parcel number. Similar with what we saw on Boone Road. So this is just a snapshot of the parcel numbers. So when we see a modification this large for development or, potentially development in an urban area, in an urban core area, it triggers NOACA's 208 development impact policy. And so just to take us through, this would be, generally you'll see these maps as a current. So the hatched area is what ultimately was submitted. And then the proposed boundary. So we would take the boundary from here, bring it all the way around. You'll notice that Colorado Avenue is here and Interstate 90 is here. And that's important as we move forward. The Lorco Force Main is here. So when we look at the development impacts, we ask these 6 questions. Is the modification request for new construction? Is it residential or commercial? Well, it's new. It's 1.5 million square feet commercial distribution facility. Is it in an urbanized census, U.S. Census urban area? Yes. Just one building as we understand it. The next question is, what's the estimate of the new sanitary sewer infrastructure that's needed to serve the requested modification area? Gravity sewers, what are the plans for connection? So according to Avon Lake, they have sufficient capacity to treat and receive the wastewater. There are 2 force mains along Miller Road. And then the idea is that they would have dual connections to both of those force mains through 6-inch service laterals and an on-site pump that will help maintain the pressure in that force main. I'm not an engineer, so that I'm doing the best I can with that, right? Is this sanitary sewer expansion part of an asset management? No, generally asset management plans are for drinking water, but we have been seeing some wastewater facilities adopting that best management practice. What is the projected capacity impacts to the transportation system that may result in the proposed development? So remember, I shared with you the Colorado I-90 interchange. So the application said the proposed development would impact demand on the local and regional transportation system. The applicant completed a traffic impact analysis. I've not received a copy of it. I just have these facts from their application, these statements, that they're saying that they'll see an increased total of 2,566 trips, with 60% of that volume being passenger and the other 40% being semi-trucks, distribution. So NOACA, that's a great question. I think, I have to go back and ask that. Thank you, George. That's a great question. But we'll get to more detail about NOACA's forecasts, okay? So we engaged our transportation division in this conversation. We said, okay, can you tell us what the current level of service is and what the projected level of service is using our transportation travel forecast model? And so so our models are broken down from the census blocks to what are called traffic analysis zones. And our transportation division updates these regularly, but and especially after census. And the idea is in these traffic analysis zones, the TAZ zones, there is trip origination, where they start and where they end. So it's kind of tracking volumes of what's coming out of that area. So within the TAZ of this development area, and between a time period of 2024 and 2040, NOACA's model is anticipating 8% growth in population, 14% growth in households, almost 8% growth in workers, and almost 9% growth in employment.
Clarify, that is anticipated growth within the zone, not necessarily as a result of this
That is
development
correct,
activity.
within the zone as it exists now. Okay. In the forecast, we anticipate, looking at this distribution facility, and our transportation folks, we may bring them back for more details when we do this, if we bring this back for action. But the idea is that even with the development, there's expectation that the network will continue to operate at an acceptable level in this area, except for the interchange at Colorado Avenue and I-90, specifically the on and off ramps. Currently, the on-off ramps are either 2 or 3 lanes, and they are currently over capacity or congested. So our forecast model actually indicates that the congestion will increase by 10%, meaning traffic will worsen by 2040. And our transportation staff have actually recommended not widening the ramps any further, and that, we can expect that any additional development would exacerbate congestion and increase delays on these ramps. North Ridgeville has objected. You heard from Mayor Corcoran today. We thank him and Corey for being here. So the objection is to the size of the change, and that it would the belief is that it would negatively impact North Ridgeville's ability to undertake what they need to do with their wastewater treatment facility. So staff has developed some recommendations. Ideally our board likes consensus. And so really what we would like to see is the designated management agencies and the affected jurisdictions work together to identify the best way to serve this area, and come to consensus and agreement, so that we can actually have letters of support from all the affected parties. The one thing that we've also recommended is that the City of Avon work with ODOT and NOACA and the adjacent communities to address local and regional impacts, especially with that interchange issues around Colorado and I-90. So I can take questions. Mm-hmm. Yes. I don't know. Sure.
Yes. Along this border here.
Yeah, you can go.
Okay, so our interceptor sewer runs about this direction here, and Avon was going to put in proposed lines connecting someday. But there's a local force main going to Avon Lake here, this green line. So I think the developer just wants to go right here into the green line. So the proposed sewers aren't in to get us down to us, and the green line's sitting right there. He just wants to tap into the green line. And as part of the local agreement of these parcels that gave easements to this green line to go to Avon Lake, we're also granted free taps. So free tap, short run, line right there. But we didn't know that Norco had given these people taps in our territory. That is just simple short for them.
But to go nowhere, they have to have pumps, right?
Well, they'll pump into a force main.
Force main.
Yeah.
To go south to you guys is a gravity fed?
Right. And the history is that we did speak with Avon Lake and Robin Road, the utilities, about a month and a half ago. He warned us this was kind of brewing. So we engaged in some talks, as Noah described.
Oh, yeah, here, grab the mic.
So we engaged in some dialogue with them, but like Pam had mentioned, then the developer wanted to speed up the process. So we actually were in dialogue trying to find a solution, learning about it, when all of a sudden it got sped up dramatically. So we have been in contact with Avon Lake, not since this was filed, because we wanted to address this first, but North Ridgeville is certainly willing to dialogue with Avon and Avon Lake and the developer to come to some resolution. We just haven't had the opportunity to do it yet.
And just as an echo, I think the developer got out ahead of those discussions because he realized the timing of our decision points here at NOACA. You know, they'd have to get here to get a September decision. He didn't want to wait till September to get a December decision to go through the committee process to the board. So they kind of got out ahead of those discussions. Thank you. So we'll let you know. We will do a follow-up, share maybe some questions that were asked. And I'll touch base with Avon Lake. The developers actually already called me this morning, so we'll touch base with him as well. But, you know, again, right now the county, and Bob, you may want to talk about the 6119 efforts that you have underway, but there's a study in play to create a regional sewer district in Lorraine County.
That's still going forward, Pam.
Well, as always, we offer assistance whenever it's needed. I have provided a lot of GIS layers to your consultant, so.
Any further questions on this item? Otherwise, I will keep us moving. The next is the NOACA Water Quality Program update from Pam.
Actually, Sarah and I are gonna do this as a tandem. Sarah's our new water quality planner. She has an undergraduate degree in urban geography from Ohio University and a master's in regional planning from Cornell. And so she brings GIS skills like a boss. And so we're having a great time with the work that we're doing. So we always try to keep you up to date on what's going on with the harmful algal blooms. The first season projection bulletin was issued on May 2nd, and there's a projection of, out of a scale of 10, that the harmful algal bloom may be a 4.5 to a 7.5. This is an example of the bulletin that comes out probably every week in the early projections, and then we'll do a seasonal forecast. Is expected on June 27th. Again, just the bioavailability of phosphorus in the water depends on how much rain we get during the spring season, ultimately what ends up in the lake. And then it depends on the weather we get, if we get hot temperatures, etc. So you can see the projected forecast is here, where the highest has been, you know, up here. So this is your range, just some images. Yeah, you can sign up for these. Let me know if you would like the link. We continue providing work to you all, but we also continue supporting the Cuyahoga, the Black and the Cuyahoga River areas of concern. According to Black River, it was just announced that all the management actions that were needed to restore the beneficial use impairments and delist the Black River as area of concern, they were completed as 2017, 2020. That was accepted by US EPA. And currently, Ohio EPA and the Ohio Lake Erie Commission are continuing to assess the 3 remaining beneficial use impairments, which are degradation of fish and wildlife populations, degradation of benthos, and the loss of fish and wildlife habitat. The idea is that once these management measures are in, it takes a little bit of time, but ultimately we'll see an improvement in water quality conditions. Cuyahoga is a little bit of a different story. They have a lot of management actions that they need to work on. So this map shows a list of completed management actions, those that are in construction, those are in design, those that are feasible, and those that are not proceeding. The estimated delisting of the Cuyahoga is sometime after the Gorge Dam further. Kristen, whose agency supports, go ahead.
I would anticipate closer to 2030, just to set some realistic expectations.
Thank you. And so there are still 5 remaining BUIs. But the Gorge Dam is a huge project. And so that's going to see significant improvements. NOACA staff hosted a designated management agency roundtable meeting on April 18th. We provide continuing education credits for wastewater operators for free. We actually had an update from Ohio EPA. I'm not sure if you're aware that Ohio EPA is kind of management, I guess their hierarchy discussion about the district offices versus Columbus. There used to be a chief at each of the district offices and they kind of operated independently and reported to Columbus. Now what's kind of happening, and Josh, you can weigh in if you need to and correct me, but what's happening is like surface water reports to surface water in Columbus. So all the districts report to people in Columbus. And there's a community liaison person instead of a chief. So the assistant chief of surface water gave us an update. They updated us on the agency's PFAS action plan, an extension of the H2 Ohio program to include rivers. And, we then talked about our efforts to undertake the 5-year update of the FPA boundaries and prescriptions for Cuyahoga County. We are working as we move forward. Plan is only good as implementation and plan is only good as it can be updated. So our board agreed that certain things in the Clean Water 2020 plan can be updated when the agency who issues it updates it. So we have 2020 census, we have urban area maps. In 2024, the urbanized areas that were responsible for stormwater, phase 2 stormwater, were in the gray. Based on the 2020 MS4 urban areas, they're now adding the blue to those urbanized areas. So this term urbanized has kind of gone away and it's more just urban and rural. And so once you're in an urban area, even if you lose population, you will never not be a phase 2 community. And so this map will update one of the maps in our chapter 6. We are also, the 2021 National Land Cover data is now available. We will be downloading and manipulating the nation's, which is a lot of data. So we have to do it on a local drive. And then we'll update our land cover maps in chapter 2 and impervious surface maps in chapter 6 to reflect current conditions and changes from 2001 to 2021. So every 5 years, every year we have a list of counties that we update, and we're focused on Cuyahoga County, and we're updating all of the boundaries, reviewing them, realigning them to parcel levels, identifying parcels where we're not sure which FPA they should be in. We're working weekly, bi-weekly with the sewer district. I think Rob's statement was these are going to be the most accurate we've ever had, which is, I like that. One of the things, though, we started this process in ArcMap, and ESRI will no longer be supporting that. The idea is to migrate to ArcPro, and we've optimized that with Sarah coming on. We have then taken our maps from ArcMap to ArcPro, and Sarah's gone a little further and taken ArcPro and worked online with the sewer district with the sewer district's online GIS. We have experience now of pulling CAD files in. So if you have sewer maps that are CAD files, we've gone through that process. Sarah figured that out. So the idea is that we are taking and updating these maps in Pro. We're identifying, where the boundaries can be realigned to parcels. And then we're gonna have discussions with communities. And so I wanted to share these two maps side by side. I realize I don't have a title on my one over here. But if you look, this is Bedford. So Bedford here, kind of jagged edge, matches Solon. So when we talk with Bedford indicated what they thought should happen here. We need now talk to Solon to make sure that their borders, that they have that discussion, that things aren't changed without their agreement. We also met with the Board of Health, and we have areas in some of these communities that we'd like to talk about potential sewering plans in the future for on-site systems. So as I mentioned, we're in migration process, and I thank our IT group because they gave us a 2-day training with Esri, very helpful. Ultimately, the maps will look the same, but it's really about learning a new software. Do you remember Word or WordPerfect, and then you went to Office and you got the tabs at the top? ESRI has done that. So there's a lot more tools available, and it can be more intuitive, but you got to learn the new language, so to speak. So we've had some help with the sewer district, with their staff, and we're going to explain how that migration process works. Sarah, you are up.
Thank you, Pam. So I think our main objective in our GIS work is that we really want to work towards efficiency. And so as Pam said, we're making that migration from ArcMap to ArcPro. There's a lot more capabilities and functionalities that are working a lot quicker and a lot faster and really helping us with this FPA realignment and modification for Cuyahoga County. So as Pam mentioned as well, we want to align the proposed FPA boundaries to parcel lines. And so when we initially tried to do this, we were doing it manually. So it was taking us a really long time, and we decided that we needed to automate the process. So we worked with some NOACA staff here, Derek Taylor, our manager of transportation modeling, and we came up with a workflow that has helped us align the FPA boundary to the parcel lines automatically. So our end goal was to get that single polygon feature that follows the edges of the parcel lines around the parcels that are within a given FPA. So what we do is we start with the parcel layer for the whole county, and then we select the parcels within a given FPA boundary. And so when we work with parcel layers, we all know they're not perfect. They might have gaps where the roads would be or gaps in between polygons. And so our first step is to extract out those gaps. And so we use what is called the pairwise erase tool. And essentially it erases all the parcels and leaves behind the gap areas. And then we take those gap areas and merge them with the parcels, kind of like fitting puzzle pieces together, so that we have a comprehensive shape of what the FPA boundary should look like. But at that point, we still have separate parcel lines and parcel shapes. So they may look like this. So then we have to do the dissolve tool. We have to use the dissolve tool to make it into a comprehensive shape. And then we can change the symbology so that it actually represents a FPA line that follows the parcel lines. Of course, we still are going to have to do some manual editing. You know, these automated processes aren't always perfect, but they get us pretty close. And then what we do is we start a kind of sweep around the new proposed FPA boundary, and we see areas where we might have some inconsistencies between our new proposed boundary and our current boundary. So you can see on the right-hand corner of the screen, the purple boundary is our proposed boundary. That's the output of our GIS process. And then the red line is the current FPA boundary. So that current FPA boundary is splitting this parcel. And so we would flag this parcel and then bring it to the DMA for our discussion during our meetings. So I've been doing this with NURSD throughout all 8 of their sub-area FPAs, as we're calling them. So as you all know, the NURSD FPAs cover a significant amount of Cuyahoga County, and we're working on all 8 of these FPAs for our 5-year update. And so we've come up with a really great process. Like Pam said, it's been great to work with Rob Storkel. We really have a weekly meeting cycle where we meet routinely every week. We make decisions like aligning the FPA boundary by parcels when possible, making sure that the current FPA does serve as a default when we have situations where it might make sense to keep the current FPA. And then we really spend a lot of our meetings going down, zooming into the parcel level and making decisions on that scale. And then I take all the changes and decisions that we've made at every meeting, I edit the map, and then bring it to the next meeting so that we can kind of review and go over things together. And as Pam had mentioned, we moved into ARC Pro, but then also with the help of NURSD staff, we worked to get those maps onto ArcGIS Online with them as well. So we can actually work simultaneously, edit them, and all of our edits and notes are saved to the cloud. So this is just depicting our transition. So we started with ArcMap, moved to Arc Pro, doesn't look too different, but then now we've been working in ArcGIS Online, and these are kind of the 3 FPAs, Easterly, Heights Hilltop, and Westerly, that we've been collaborating on since we were able to get those onto ArcGIS Online a few months ago. And so this is our progress as of last week. So we have revised Easterly and Heights Hilltop FPA boundaries. And for us, revised means that we created a proposed FPA boundary using the GIS techniques that I discussed. And then we bring them to Rob and have discussions, make decisions, and that's our revision. We have proposed FPA boundaries for Westerly, Southerly, Big Creek, and Mill Creek, and then we still need to get to Southwest and CVI. And so this is kind of what it looks like when we work on the parcel level and when we flag for inconsistencies. So the parcels shown here in red are areas where we still need to have some discussions. And then the areas in green are areas where we've been able to make decisions or we've flagged inconsistencies. And so, so far we've reviewed and made decisions on over 800 parcels at this point where we had seen some inconsistencies between the FPAs. And so just to zoom in, if you look back at this map, sorry, you can see that most of the parcels in Easterly and Heights Hilltop are green because those are the ones that are most complete at this point. So I wanted to zoom in and kind of show you what those proposed and revised FPA boundaries look like. So this is our current boundary in red and the proposed boundaries in purple. And you can see that there's some differences here because of the automation. This tarmac at the Berkeley Front Airport is not technically part of the parcel layer, so it got excluded. There's some differences in between the FPAs at the edges along Heights Hilltop, and I believe that's, well, I forget, but yeah, so there's some inconsistencies we see, and then after our discussions, we make some decisions. We keep some of the things that came out of our proposal, but we might change some things back to plan for consistency and standardization. And we might revert back to the current FPA, as I said as well. So just to give it a little more detail and show you what we do at the parcel level, I have 2 quick examples. So here we are on East 185th Street at the boundary between the Easterly and Euclid FPAs. And so we did not propose an FPA boundary change here. We just aligned our proposed boundary to the parcel lines. But after discussion with NURSD, we found out that they had actually done dye testing, and they had a report showing that 17 parcels along East 185th actually flow to the Euclid FPA. So we changed our revised FPA boundary to reflect those findings. And then here we are in East Cleveland on West Bellevue Boulevard. I had actually made some changes to this proposed FPA boundary because I had done some research in following this green sanitary sewer line all the way to a district Heights Hilltop sewer here at the corner of Euclid Avenue and West Bellevue Boulevard. So this kind of, the areas circled in yellow kind of initiated a discussion about this area. And then after discussion with NURSD, we realized that there was actually more parcels that would need to be transferred from the Easterly FPA into the Heights Hilltop FPA because they were actually being served by other sewer lines. So Our next steps are that we will be continuing, obviously, to work with NURSD, reviewing the FPA boundaries by tributary area, discussing our proposed FPA boundaries and creating those revised boundaries. And then following our FPA review, we will work on our prescriptions, and our changes will be continued to be tracked. We're really tracking every decision that we're making at the parcel level to make sure that in 5 years, when we do this review again, we know why we made the changes we made. So, and then the revised boundaries and the list of affected parcels will be submitted as part of the comprehensive approval of the 5-year update of Cuyahoga County. So I'll turn it back to Pam to talk about some of the other communities we're working with in Cuyahoga County.
So it made sense for Sarah to focus on the sewer district while I'm working on the other 11 designated management agencies, following kind of the same process of creating that proposed boundary with all of that parcel conversation we're gonna have the flagged parcels for discussion, and then we're gonna send these back out for review and establish meetings. Just, Bedford Heights, I showed something similar at our last one. Again, we want to make sure if we're talking to Bedford, we need to talk to Solon because they share a boundary. Just some ideas of discussion to keep us on track and moving forward. This is Chagrin Falls. Again, we have areas of discussion. This would be, we have a hole here, an island that was created because there's a facility there. We don't necessarily like that, but then there's discussions about these boundary edges that we need to have. So the idea is to actually, back to Euclid, because we know that those areas Sarah just talked about on East 185th, and then we have some other discussions. So as Sarah finishes up with the sewer district, we have an idea of where the sewer district is, and then we could talk with Euclid with a shared boundary. Back to Solon, just a little bit more detail. In this case, we have some Board of Health areas that are of interest. What are we doing with sewers? Are there any sewers planned in certain areas? North Royalton that has more on-site systems for discussion, and then a couple parcel changes here. And so it's really to help establish like an agenda when we reach out to these communities to have them, hey, look, we're updating these by parcel. Do you agree to the parcel change? If not, what is the appropriate realignment? What is the appropriate prescription? And then ultimately we want them to sign off on it. And then ultimately we'll have the board, we'll bring it to you all, take it to the board for adoption and update. This is just Strongsville, some edges here and here. And I just finished Bedford yesterday. I'm in the middle of Rocky River today in the way of creating the proposed boundary. As Sarah said, you get a good start, but then you got to go and make sure you're aligning some of those vertices. So it's like a double check. And that's when I flag the parcels, or we flag the parcels. I'm not expecting a lot of issues with Lakewood. And then North Olmsted, we obviously want to talk with, when we do the Southwest with the sewer district, that would make sense when we look in that area of Olmsted Township and North Olmsted. There's kind of a method to this process of how we're moving forward. So that's our 5-year update. Just to give you an idea that we receive weekly reports about the permits to install that have been applied for at the district office in our area. We try to get out ahead of these and do a review of them to make sure that they don't require an FPA modification. And so we prepared 7 consistency review maps, and we actually reviewed 32 permits to install. This is about the same that we see about this time of year. Ohio EPA started a new online application. E-plans. Thank you, Josh. E-plans. And so we're working through the bugs and getting those weekly reports. And so one of his other staff gives us spreadsheets right now. So we'll continue to provide updates to you all on this effort. I'm trying to shoot for September to have these boundaries, but that's the plan, to bring it here. I can take any questions on that.
This came up, I had a meeting with the sewer district earlier this week. how do the prescriptions get changed when you have like areas that are to be sewered in 20 years, then they actually get sewered to change the prescription showing it's sewered?
That's an excellent question, and that's why we undertake this 5-year update process, because we have the prescriptions where they say areas to be sewered in 20 years, sewer comes in, don't need a modification, but they come in and they're sewered. So then when we go through the 5-year process, we reflect those changes.
Do you pass that on to Rob? Because that was the question he had, because obviously in Columbia Township, there's sewers going, well, just like we saw with the
Right.
NPA change theirs.
Yeah.
Should this committee expect to see all of those FPA modifications all at once? Or would we get them kind of in pieces?
Chair, that is a great question. We are anticipating a one-shot Cuyahoga County map update. So the map would show the boundaries that have been realigned for the county and all the FPAs within it, and a list of affected parcels. So you can hear the sewer district, we may not bring those 800 because it's within their own parameter. We may only bring the ones on the outer edge. Because the idea with the sewer district's sub-FPA areas, it's their larger FPA that matters. So we may not bring those 800 to you because it's within their larger FPA, but it's the ones that are on the edge that get changed and go to a different FPA. Those are the ones that we would bring.
Thank you, Pam.
For those of you who are data geeks, we're geeking out over here, right?
Any other questions? All right, going to move on to the watershed activities update.
It's usually a roundtable discussion.
Well, then I'll go ahead and jump in here. I just want to note for this committee, Cuyahoga Soil and Water Conservation District is in its 75th anniversary year. So if you haven't seen, we've been hosting a number of events this year. The next one coming up is our conservation cruise on July 11th on the Good Time 3. I will send information out to this committee for registration. We would love to have you and just join in the celebration. Additionally, you had mentioned the Cuyahoga AOC. That next meeting is in July, and we are also anticipating hosting a event in July as well. So we're going to try to coordinate a public meeting with that, and we'll be sure to share this with the committee as well. That's what I've got for watersheds, unless anyone else has anything else you'd like to add.
Got a couple of updates here for the sewer district. So the sewer district has permits with all of our 63 member communities. And so we are in the process of updating those permits. And so we are working with all of our communities right now. Those permits should go final in the next couple of weeks. And so we're looking forward to that, working with our local communities, because it's important. The sewer district owns and operates about 300 miles of interceptor sewers. Our member communities own and operate over 3,000 miles of local sewers. So it's important to ensure that both systems are functioning properly. So we look to work with our member communities to ensure that that happens. We are in the process right now of reviewing our MCIP applications. That's our Member Community Infrastructure Grants Program. We have $25 million this year to hand out in grants. We've gotten the most applications that we've ever received so far. So like I said, we're currently reviewing those applications and hope to award those probably late fall, I think. We just finished the shoreline storage tunnel. That's part of Project Clean Lake. So the tunnel boring machine is just being extracted right now from the shoreline tunnel. So that tunnel is part of, like I said, Project Clean Lake, which is part of our consent decree to address CSO overflows, ultimately, removing combined sewer overflow from Lake Erie and our rivers and streams.
Excellent, thank you. Anything else? I will now move on to old business. And Pam, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure, we wanted to let you know about some recent board action. we had a FPA modification in Geauga County in the village of Burton that you all looked at last December and then recommended to the March board meeting. We found some problems, clerical inconsistencies in our memo with regards to the number of parcels to be transferred and the amount of acreage to be transferred. And I'll share that with you. But our board did accept those corrections with a new resolution of 2024-27. We also, the last two that you saw in March were actually approved by the board as well. So the clerical inconsistencies, as I mentioned, we brought it to the Water Quality Subcommittee in December. Our problem is we picked the wrong parcel here. We should have picked the bigger parcel. We flipped the labels. The parcel numbers were correct. They were just flipped and number in the other one. Subsequently, we realized that this parcel here had been split and combined with a parcel. So the intent, what you all saw, is that the boundary would change here. That is still the case, and that is what we expect. So the acreage was off because we picked a smaller parcel and not the larger one. The acreage was off because of that split. So, and it was actually 4 parcels that were being transferred in the boundary process. It's just the modification affected 6 parcels with the prescriptions. And so that's just the split conversation. And then this map shows where we flipped it. This is correct. Parcels were correctly chosen. This is the split area. This is just the conditions of what we found and we brought back. We determined we made these errors when we were updating. After board action, we were updating the official FPA boundaries that go on our portal, that go to Ohio EPA, and we realized these mistakes had happened, so we brought it back to the executive committee. So this would be what would be current as of December. That is the correct parcel. Those are the correct labels. This is what that parcel looks like because it was combined. So the boundary would include that. And then these are correct. These modifications were made because sewers are already happening, already in the ground, and there's a joint economic development district agreement that indicates these should happen. I'll slow down. Any questions? So our board actually accepted the corrections, but we wanted to bring it back to you for transparency purposes. So you might remember this one, we just had a prescription change in Geauga County. In Bainbridge Township, there's already a sewer here. So it was just it was just reflecting that it's sewered, it's currently sewered. That goes back to Bob's question, right? And then Castleton is a request by the homeowner to change the Elyria FPA here and around, and it was accepted. So that's just a reminder of what we acted on at the board level. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Is there any new business? All right, there being none, can I have a motion to adjourn? All right, can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, the meeting is adjourned. 1:06.
Okay, well, in compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's meeting laws, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphone can be turned on and off using the red button on top of them. They are on. The light is green. And we are going to pause on our meeting minutes as we do not just yet have a quorum, but we do have some members en route. Turning the page. Do we have anyone from the public wishing to address us today? No one has signed in. Good. And Grace, do you have a executive director's report to share?
No report today.
Thank you. And I do not believe there are any action items to be attended to. So with that, do we want to get into our presentations? Would that be acceptable? All right, so.
Before we do that, though, I'd like to turn it over to Liz for just a minute
Oh,
to
but of
introduce
course.
our guests.
Yes, excellent.
No, but before you do that.
Good morning. As Grace indicated, we are joined today by Dr. Adrienne Hatton with Compass Consulting. That was her and her team are the consultant chosen to help this group with our the strategic plan you all developed and equity work going forward. So Jim Thompson is going to give a presentation, and then after that, Dr. Hatton will introduce herself and outline their plan.
Thank you and welcome.
Good afternoon to the subcommittee. I'm Jim Thompson, and I'm actually here to present on NOACA's 2026 through 2029 TIP development, focusing mostly on potential projects for NOACA controlled funds. No action is being requested of the subcommittee at this time. This is presented for information and input, and that is the 2026 through 2029 Transportation Improvement Program development and the prioritization of potential projects for NOACA funding. Previously, the criteria methodology of this process was presented to the Planning and Programming Committee as well as advisory councils. Okay, so a little bit of background about this process. So the Transportation Improvement Program, also known as the TIP, is what I'll probably be referring to throughout this presentation, is a program of transportation projects to be implemented using federal funding over the next 4-year period. And so this is kind of where we take our long-range plan and inputs from other planning processes and incorporate them actually into action in implementing transportation projects throughout the region. I should note that NOACA is required to do a long-range plan focusing mostly on transportation once every 4 years. That's a requirement by the federal government. And our last long-range plan, called ENEO 2050, was finished about 4 years ago. And so just to let you know, I do have a green star next to that. Throughout this whole presentation, there are going to be some of those green stars, and those are actually highlighting various aspects in which equity is baked into our TIP development process. So I'm not always going to call them out, but just so you know, that's what that's for. So anyway, ENEO 2050 is the long-range plan, and that's kind of the foundation and the basis of which how we review potential projects to be considered for NOACA funding. And the E in ENEO 2050 stands for equity. So during this planning process, we had a thorough engagement process with the public, focusing on environmental justice communities, disadvantaged communities, and so on, just to make sure that we were getting survey information and input and results to essentially drive the priorities and recommendations from our long-range plan, ENEO 2050. Also, then for our TIP development process, once that process is complete, all of the projects that are included in the TIP are then included in the statewide TIP, or the STIP. So that's kind of an administrative thing, but just so everyone knows, that's a requirement by the federal government. And that is done in coordination with the Ohio Department of Transportation. Our TIP and STIP contains projects which are funded through both Ohio DOT as well as NOACA. And there are various types, whether they are projects that are transit projects or road resurfacing projects, bicycle projects, what have you. The TIP and STIP essentially have all projects listed that have federal funding committed to them. And we do update our TIP once every 2 years. Okay, so as noted, our TIP comprises roadway and transportation alternatives projects. They are projects that are derived from our statewide congestion CMAQ and air quality program, also known as CMAQ, as well as major and local federal funding programs and our NOACA funding programs, which I'll go into in more detail in a few minutes. We also include transit agency projects. So all the projects that are included in a transit agency's capital improvement program, for example, and also operations are included on our TIP. And then the TIP also includes various appendices, which are mostly tied to performance measures and other requirements from the federal government. So as noted earlier, we are beginning to develop our TIP for the 4 years from state fiscal year 2026 through 2029. And our intention is to present the final TIP to our board for action in March of 2025. And then following that, the STIP will then reflect all those projects and all that information starting on July 1st of 2025 and go through June 30th of 2029. And I should note, if you don't know this already, NOACA as well as as ODOT operate on the state fiscal year. So essentially the state fiscal year starts on July 1st and ends the following June 30th. And it's about 6 months ahead of the calendar year. Sometimes the dates can be confusing for people, so even us staff. Okay, so that being said, what we do is we evaluate potential projects in accordance with our approved methodology to develop our program of projects, which are funded by NOACA in state fiscal years 26 through 29. And so this list here is essentially all of the various funding programs that NOACA controls. So the largest funding program that we control for our region is the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, in which we have a budget of about $34 million a year. Secondarily, there is the transportation, or I should go back and say, the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. We mostly use that funding for maintenance, roadway preservation, and roadway resurfacing projects. I say mostly, we don't only use it for that, but that is kind of the lion's share of that budget. Secondarily, then we have our Transportation Alternatives Program, also known as TAP, and that is, the budget for that is about $3.8 million a year. And that focuses on enhancements and alternative modes of transportation. So a lot of those projects might be bicycle facilities, pedestrian projects, even transit projects. And that's kind of the intention of that federal program. And then also, and this is relatively new to everyone in the country, is the Carbon Reduction Program. And we have about $4.2 million a year. This is our newest program, as I said. I believe our first project is going to be implemented this year using CRP funds, and that is the North Coast Connector on Marginal Road there here in Cleveland. So we're very excited about that. But the intention of this new program is to try to reduce the amount of carbon going into the atmosphere. So it's kind of similar in a way to the CMAQ program as well as the Transportation Alternatives Program, but a lot of the eligible projects are those multimodal types. And then lastly, as noted, our CMAQ program, that is focusing on mitigating congestion as well as improving air quality, which is very important here. And so we do have our budget kind of fluctuates for that. I would say now we have about $20 million, $18 to $20 million per year for that. So our TIP then will reflect projects that are funded through these 4 programs, of which NOACA has control over for the most part. Okay. So essentially, when we advance projects to the NOACA TIP, what we do first and foremost is make sure that we're prioritizing the needs that are contained in our long-range plan, ENEO 2050. And we also incorporate board-adopted policies and initiatives in the process as we're reviewing potential projects. So our Regional Transportation Investment Policy, or the RTIP, is our guiding document, and it's our policy for how we essentially manage our TIP and manage our funds. So that is our document, and it does include various equity components, including defining NOACA environmental justice communities, NOACA disadvantaged communities, and so on. And then also, these aren't all of our policies, but just want to highlight another policy that's very important through this process is our Complete and Green Streets policy, which was adopted by the Board of Directors in 2020. And so this is relatively new, but we also want to make sure that we are focusing on complete streets, making sure that we provide as much access for multimodal users as possible, and green streets. So also looking at ways that we can incorporate potentially like stormwater management, retention, native plantings, and so on with some of our projects. So all of this aligns with our established state and federal transportation management initiatives, such as Vision Zero, which is not only an ODOT initiative, but it's also adopted by various communities in the region. And also the new federal Justice 40 initiative, which focuses on equity. I should have had a green star next to that. I apologize. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about kind of what our process is for developing our TIP in terms of NOACA controlled funds. So this whole process is really not focusing on ODOT nor transit agency projects that are funded solely by them. This is really just NOACA funds. So first of all, we do develop our TIP potential project universe, and that is derived from ENEO 2050. And then we do screen our projects against ENEO 2050 priorities. So we essentially use that document or that long range plan to derive the projects. And that's where all of our funding is focused on. Then step 3, we coordinate with regional and local sponsors. And so I should say that we've already developed, or we've already started and or completed steps 1 and 2. We're currently on step 3. So a lot of the local communities have recently received communications from ODOT staff in such that we are verifying our long list of projects, which I'll get into later, that are considered for NOACA funding. And really, when I say verifying, we're looking at making sure that we have those projects listed in the correct year of implementation, that our cost estimate is correct, and the overall scope is correct for those projects. Then next, once we get all that feedback by the end of this month, we will filter the top 25% of the transportation asset management projects. And so those are that's really focusing on our road resurfacing projects with our SCBG funding for the most part. So that's what we do there. And we really filter the top 25% based on cost effectiveness. So we really want to make sure that we are considering the projects that are most cost effective at that time to implement. And then lastly, we evaluate all the qualifying projects against our regional significance criteria and considerations. Now, there are about 20 different considerations and criteria that I'll go into later with that, but that's something that we take a lot of staff time to do. We evaluate all the projects and we kind of score them, and then we work with local communities on actually making the recommendations or the draft recommendations that will then go to our board of directors later this year. Okay, so just a little bit more detail here. With step 1, with our project universe, we are, as I mentioned, deriving these projects from our long-range plan. And through that, we have the 4 Ps: plans, policies, programs, and projects. So really, in our long-range plan, we are focusing on all the other plans that are tied to our projects. So whether they're TLCI planning studies or community-derived plans, safety plans, statewide plans, ODOT plans, what have you, transit agency plans, we do look at all of those, and those are incorporated into our process. We also look at our policies, such as our NOACA policies, and then we do look at our funding programs, so what projects are eligible for what types of funding, and then just we look at the project specifically overall to see what is essentially eligible and also what is a priority. We do have our transportation asset management program, in which we do seek to derive roadway resurfacings based on what is the most cost effective in the appropriate year. We do have active transportation plans, safety and congestion priority locations, whether they're NOACAs or ODOTs or locally derived. And then we also consider local, community, and regional transit agency projects that might be submitted through this process. So I initially said that we consider the ENEO 2050 projects, but through this iterative process, we might have new priorities that are submitted to us from local communities. And then, and I know that's a lot, what we do is we filter out all these projects that are also already included in our TIP or are funded by local government. So for instance, as we go through, we develop the TIP every other year. We may find out from a local community that a project, a resurfacing that we're looking at potentially funding, it has already been resurfaced. So we want to take those projects off of our list of consideration. So there's a lot of back and forth between us and mostly staff at engineers' offices, local cities, and what have you. Okay, so then with step 2, when we screen the project universe to align with our long-range plan, these are the things that we look at. We do look at the pavement conditions, and we align them with our TAM, which is our Transportation Asset Management Program. We do look at bridges. We look at their general appraisal, their structural deficiency, and their condition. We also look at congestion and safety. So we do want to make sure that we're aligning our potential projects for funding with these various factors and these needs. And, we look at things like safety lists, We do look at areas that have high congestion rates and potentially trying to mitigate those through implementing our projects. We also look at regional significance. So we are a regional agency. We support 5 counties. So we want to make sure that we are, for the most part, supporting projects that have some sort of regional significance or considerations or impacts, whether they're, providing access to certain job hubs or schools or what have you. We look at our transit, or for transit, we look at asset management, and we coordinate with the transit agencies. So they provide us with information on their facilities and the transit operations and really let us know what their priorities are within that 4-year window of our TIP. And then for transportation alternatives, we look at planning initiatives such as Safe Routes to School plans, as well as our Transportation for Livable Communities, or TLCI, planning studies. And I should note that all these factors have various criteria, and a lot of them do tie into equity. So for example, our TLCI program has 6 objectives and goals, and essentially a lot of those goals do tie back into equity, multimodal transportation, and that sort of thing. So that's kind of baked into that planning process. And so projects that are recommended through our TLCI planning study program then might be a higher priority, and they've, in theory, already gone through a process to include equity in the public realm. So then for step 3, coordinating with regional and local sponsors. So that's the step we're in now. We did send letters to communities in the region requesting a review of our universe of projects. And as I noted, we want to make sure that our project scope, schedule, and budgets are correct and accurate as we go through this process. We don't want to award funding to a project and then find out that, it actually costs twice as much as what we thought. So we want to make sure we're verifying things as we move through with our local communities and our engineers. And then we also look at projects that were already performed or are planned with funding. So we don't want to prioritize a project for funding that's already funded or that's complete. So then through this process, we are going to be meeting here mostly in July with our 5 county engineers and with the city of Cleveland to kind of talk about this process, let them have our list of projects in their areas, and have them verify that information and kind of let us know what their priorities are and if anything's missing. Okay, so step 4 is filtering the transportation asset management projects. This is where we look at the top 25% of the cost-effective projects by county and regional travel. And so we really want to make sure that we're focusing on those projects that are the most cost-effective for the region. We want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence in the public interest to spend our funding wisely. And then we also include other project types from our long-range plan, ENEO 2050, including those recommendations for safety, congestion, transportation alternatives, and those regionally significant projects, which do support our local economy, travel, and your typical destinations. Okay, so step 5, the last step, and probably the most complicated, is where we evaluate all of the top 25% of those TAM projects, as well as the enhancement projects and bridge projects against various NOACA regional significant criteria. And so I'm not going to get into the weeds on like the points and weighted factor here, but I will say that we are looking at things such as, what is the significance of resurfacing a roadway in a certain year? Like, does it provide access to something or something significant? What is the significance of our transportation alternatives considerations? Does a project support access to job centers? Does it look at education, medical, and government facilities? So we really want to make sure overall we're providing access to these various trip generators throughout the region. We also look at intermodal facilities, and then also cultural, sports, and entertainment. So, there's a lot of sports and entertainment facilities throughout the region, not only in downtown Cleveland, but in all of our counties. We have various, we have county fairgrounds, we have, some other sports entertainment locations. So we want to make sure that we are ensuring that there's sufficient access for the public to these various facilities. Okay, and then we also want to make sure that we are evaluating our qualifying projects against the regional significance criteria, essentially with our long-range plan. So we want to make sure that these projects are located in our plan, and we want to also look at things such as freight. We want to look at the public transit agency priorities and make sure that we're aligning with those, because the public transit agencies have their own planning initiatives, and we want to make sure that that's something that's reflected in our process. And then we also look at bicycle and pedestrian networks, through various means, but we want to make sure that we are seeing where there might be gaps in facilities, where we may need to provide, more crosswalks or other enhancements that are needed in the region. I think there we go. Okay, so also in step 5, we want to make sure that we're evaluating our projects against complete and green streets opportunities. So complete streets are those that are safely and comfortably accommodate all users. So regardless of your age or ability to move around, we want to make sure that we're considering that. And then green streets, we do want to consider integrating sustainable green infrastructure components to improve water quality and reduce runoff volumes. So, you know, when possible, we want to make sure that we're allowing for those opportunities, especially as local communities seek them out. And then through our equity tiers, I did mention this earlier when I was talking about our RTIP, but we do have NOACA defined environmental justice areas. We do have NOACA defined disadvantaged communities, and we have urban core communities. So we want to make sure that we are looking at those communities and those areas in the region to ensure that we are providing adequate support for projects in those areas that don't have negative consequences for the people living there. And then also, we do consider things such as new technology. Especially in this day and age, a lot of things are changing rapidly. So, you know, there are smart corridors, which are strengthening mobility and revolutionizing transportation. You know, that's something that has a lot of technology baked into it, and it's important, and it might make things more efficient and cheaper in the long run for all of our communities. And then also, you know, EV charging stations. That's a hot commodity these days. We are rapidly advancing in terms of how we are mobile. And so the vehicles are changing now. We're kind of in the process of that shift. And, you know, we want to make sure we have access for people to charge their vehicles when needed and, you know, in a timely manner. So this is our schedule. Essentially, the first half of the year, we really did focus on working with our advisory councils and subcommittees to evaluate projects in accordance with our methodology. And then we do intend to evaluate all of the projects in consideration at the staff level, and then provide our funding recommendations to our planning and programming committee at their October meeting. And then after that, we expect the recommendations to go from there to our board of directors in December. And so after that, once the board does affirm the projects that are going to be funded with NOACA funds, we will work with project sponsors and the Ohio Department of Transportation to ensure that our TIP is updated, all the information is correct, and that projects will then move forward to be included in the STIP. And so that being said, our next step really is to, once we get all the feedback from our local partners on affirming project details, then we'll go through and actually evaluate based on all those criteria that I just went over. Okay, any questions?
Jim, as always, thank you. You sort of that last little bit there, when do you expect you're going to get that feedback from our local partners?
So we have given the deadline of June 28th to kind of verify our list of projects. And I believe, Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we have just shy of 1,000 projects. We have about 800 and so on roadway resurfacing projects we're considering. And then we have 37 enhancement projects and 37 bridge projects. So, and then as for those 827 roadway projects, we will just look at the top 25% of those based on cost effectiveness. But it does take a lot of time because we have about 20 different criteria points that we evaluate all those projects against.
Excellent. Anything for Jim?
Hi, it's Latoya. How are you?
Good.
Just a couple of things. Great presentation, a lot of content, and you were able to really just drive us through it. It was understandable. And so I just want to thank you for that. Just a couple of things. And I'm glad the consultant is here because one of the things when we started the presentation, it indicated there's no decision for this committee at this time. And so one of my requests is when we get to the October 2024, based on the timeline, program planning committee, if the equity committee can be a part of that. Because going over our history with this committee over the last 18 months to 24 months, this committee feels like it doesn't have a voice, that we are updated on things. And so if that is a place where discussion and debate is going to occur around the projects, I think that is a good place for the equity committee to meet jointly with that committee, because if I'm correct, we are a subset of that committee. And so I think that would be where our voice could be heard. That's one. Number two, in terms of EJ communities, Vision Zero, Justice 40, perhaps a task for either the staff or the consultant. Can we get a Cliff Notes version of what that is? so that we are constantly aware of what that actually means, and that we don't get lost in the language. So what's the Cliff Notes version of that? My next point is, when I hear things like cost effectiveness and regionally significant, it gives me pause only because of historic disinvestment. And so when we start talking about the weight of projects, I just want to bring that for our awareness that we don't, in a backwards way, continue disinvestment by thinking about cost effectiveness and regional significance. It's just, it's always a blinking light for me, as a student of political science out of the, late 80s, and just FHA and those types of things is always in front of me, like in my head. And then my last point is, I just wanted to understand why urban core, again, that might be another, Cliff Notes version, was not starred when the others were starred. And so those are my couple of points.
I could maybe address some of those briefly. So as for the one thing I can quickly explain is NOACA Environmental Justice Communities. It's essentially not census tracts, but they're TAZs, so they're transportation, they're like smaller than census tracts. So there are these transportation zones that have higher populations of low income or minority communities. And so those thresholds do change over time,
Sure.
but those are defined, I believe, by NOACA. So it is actually, there's a layer on our GIS portal that you can kind of see on the map pretty quickly. You can click on that. So that's what that is. I can't really speak to the Justice 40 initiative. I do know that it is focusing on, I believe, low income communities, but I'm not sure what the exact.
Yeah, and I know that came out of Biden with the, bipartisan infrastructure law. So I'm just trying to, and I'm just asking, I think, for just cheat sheet, so that as we're thinking about this, we constantly know what that is. But I think my biggest request is, am I correct that the equity subcommittee is under program planning?
It's actually under policy.
It's under policy. So, but the October 2024, is that where there'll be discussion, debate, feedback from the communities? I'm just trying to understand where we can have a voice in the projects over the next 4 years.
So the Planning and Programming Committee deals with specific projects, whereas the Policy Committee deals with the criteria that you've saw today. So the criteria that we've developed, the differences between the urban core communities, the disadvantaged, and the EJ all comes out of the Policy Committee. So one of the ways that you could have influence over this process is if you think there is something lacking in the way we are evaluating this, then we can propose that to the Policy Committee, who will then change that process if necessary. So that's when you get into the specific projects, the communities have looked at the lists which were based on all the data. So unless the data is sound, which goes back to the Policy Committee, it doesn't matter if you go in there specifically at that meeting. So I would suggest that we give them the Cliff Notes version of some of this that they asked for, that it could be helpful. And then from there, perhaps have a work session on the criteria, a little bit digging deeper than this one, so that the Policy Committee can be advised of their specific concerns or their acknowledgements of things that are going well in the work that we're doing. So I think that's probably the best way. So before we actually come up with that list, to do that.
Thank you.
Sir.
Lines of how you were thinking, but I was thinking that maybe we have a voice into, maybe for this year it's too late, but we had a voice on looking at that application and looking at how those that are proposing projects or submitting projects are demonstrating that those projects are done from a lens of equity and how they're going to impact those communities in those cities. So I think, and I can see how we are thinking that way, but sometimes the cities are not really thinking from an equity lens. And I'm quite interested on seeing what kind of questions are in the application that they are demonstrating that equity piece is there. And I know it's there, but I wonder how could we look at it and come with some suggestions and idea on how could we provide some question for that application process where we have cities really thinking on equity.
That's a good suggestion. We certainly can help you. Now, keeping in mind that the application is not an application in the sense of we're not doing a solicitation for projects. We're already proposing the projects unless, of course, we've missed something. Then we ask them to do that. But really, that application is to get us better information on the projects that we are proposing. I want to give you an example of how we use equity in the process, and maybe this is the area that we focus on in a workshop. There was a project in the last round that was on a major thoroughfare with Chagrin Boulevard, and it was in Beechwood. And it was popping up as an environmental justice community, and it was popping up that we should give it the extra points because it's an environmental justice community. But the project that they were seeking was simply to allow cars to drive through faster. And so we took a look at that and said, wait. This doesn't make sense. Why is it listed as an EJ community? Well, come to find that there was an apartment building, an apartment complex right there that allowed it with the criteria of minority income to qualify. And sometimes it's just minority and not low income. And so then you sort of look at it a little bit differently, making sure that the intent is not to drive through the community, but to actually give value to the community for that project. When we investigated it, we determined that there was really no value for that apartment complex. There was no value for that immediate task zone that it was in. And so then we said, no, we're not going to fund this project. We would rather fund a different project that has value for the EJ community that exists there. So that's the kind of thing that we do, but we're not perfect at it. We try and we work hard at it, but I think there could be some ways that this group helps us to look at criteria and be better, almost laser focused at getting at the things. And so what you're talking about with the application, I like that general concept. I think we can certainly, even on the application we have, even though it's not necessarily a competitive application, I think it could have a component on equity. So I think we should give that.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree with that because I think we're in a position I'm talking about we as NOACA. I think we're in a position where we can influence all those cities and township or communities or counties or whatever to start looking at equity in a different way for any transportation project.
Another example is we have those three categories: urban core, disadvantaged, and EJ. And you asked the question why one was the two were starred and one was not. I'm assuming the urban core was the one that was not starred.
Yeah, and I actually I forgot to respond to that, but yes, you are correct. It was kind of those things that were the most heavily EJ focused.
And the reason urban core would not be starred. Now, Jim was doing the star, so he knows best why, but my urban core communities criteria has not necessarily EJ criteria. So you don't have to be necessarily minority or low income to be urban core community. It is based on housing stock age. It is based on density of the community. It's based on a number of things, but income is not necessarily one of them. So we have some communities, but are not considered EJ or disadvantaged. So we give more credit to the disadvantaged and EJ and offer more assistance to them in different ways.
Well, and if I could just add to that, from the beginning and the inception of this group was that we just bake this into the fiber of the organization. we don't have to be the beat cops at every one of these meetings, kind of policing things. And I'm just gonna start a little spoiler, and I'm so excited to see our onboarding consultant over there feverishly making all kinds of notes. That is so exciting. I'm a note person, by the way. That's what I see, and the energy that's coming out of this, and that to not be just performative, to actually be I heard you loud and clear, ma'am. It's not about being performative. It's actually taking good things and finding ways to just put it into the very fiber of the organization. And candidly, some people might realize they're doing the right thing and not realize why they're doing it. I know that might sound silly, but sometimes doing the right thing is not as obvious as it might appear. So that's one of the things, though, that I think we've been really committed to in all this time. So Jim, thank you. As always, you always put together good presentations, and thank you for being able to answer questions from the podium there. Is there anything else for Jim? Ma'am.
I did say performative, but you've been very performative in the city of Maple Heights, which fits that criteria. I'm very excited about this committee and being a part of it because we're going to do a better job. But I'm here to, as a testament of how well you guys are doing in communities like Maple Heights that meet that criteria. And we have, our infrastructure is improved. We're super excited about the huge project at Southgate. The expertise, the consultation is very, very helpful. It lines up perfectly with our master plan, and we really see a different community where quality of life is significantly improved, infrastructure is progressive. So we are doing the work, but as Mr. Hamachek has said, this is a laser focus that we don't miss other communities that could benefit from what we are doing very, very well. So I do want to say that in addition to being performative. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further for Jim? Okay, Jim, great.
Thank you.
There you go. All right, well, we've got our equity consultant strategy plan update. Liz, I think we've got a tremendous setup here for you, so this is gonna be good.
Yeah, so just to recap for all of you, based on your previous work, developing a strategic plan and discussing how to do some DEI training with the board and implement the strategic plan, we ended up issuing an RFP for an equity consultant. So that RFP was out January and February of this year. We got 2 responses back. We had a committee that I was on, Commissioner Hammercheck, Mr. Landry, Chair Mirabel was on there. We did some interviews, we asked some follow-up questions for both groups, and eventually chose Compass Consulting. So Dr. Adrienne Hatton is here to introduce herself and Compass and go over their plan to work with you all and actually implement your strategic plan. So welcome, Dr. Hatton.
Oh, good afternoon. I've learned so much in a few minutes. Tip, S-tip, tap, and a few other things. And I'm sure I will become more and more familiar. So let's get started. So a little bit about Compass. Dr. Tamika Taylor is our president. She is currently out on medical leave, but she does engage with us, believe you me. I am the Senior Engagement Director for Compass. I've been with Compass for about 5 years. Prior to coming to Compass, I've worked in nonprofit management and organizational development and with a variety of agencies and organizations across Northeast Ohio. Compass, as an organization, we are celebrating our 15th year. We do work related to a variety of areas really intended to help organizations to achieve their goal. And that is exactly what we're here to do with you all, to help you to be able to, when we walk away, that you feel like you have the support and the direction, and we provided some education, information, and a variety of services. So again, some of the work that Compass does, and for everything that we do, team building is really important. Consensus building is important. And really just, kind of to what I hear a little bit today, just thinking about when you're working in bigger structures, bigger systems, committees, subcommittees, and all that good stuff, but really just making sure that the work is integrated and the processes are integrated. So that's kind of where we think we can be able to help and support you all. In terms of just what I want to accomplish today is really to give an overview of the work that we intend to facilitate. Again, there will be more information. We at least have your schedule for the rest of the year, so you will likely see me again in a variety of capacities. So again, when we think about Compass's role and what we kind of, in working with the committee and thinking through the proposal and just really thinking about what you all were asking for, our goal is really to, again, to act as a facilitator and staff for your subcommittee. And our objective, again, is to really help you to just really think about what your goals and strategies are and looking at things through an equity lens. And it's a whole nother conversation about all of the ways that can happen. But again, I heard that starting today. In addition, we will help you. You have a strategic plan. We want to help to give you tools and resources to help you as you continue to execute that plan. That plan. There are really 4 key deliverables in our proposal, and I just want to go over those a little bit. Important to note that we're working with Elizabeth Barlick, and she's becoming fast Zoom friends. We got a drop folder already. She's making sure that we have information, documents, and resources. So I'm still familiarizing myself with what you're doing. So again, I do want to give you the overview today. So there are a couple of key components which really involve working with you all, working with the organization as a whole, trying to get understanding, get input to help you think about the work that you're doing. And again, there's a training component I'll talk a little bit about quickly. And again, also our ability to be able to offer ongoing support to you as issues and concerns arise moving forward. So again, in terms of just the work with you all, we see that really in helping you think through the terminology and the language and kind of getting that sort of finalized, helping you again, thinking about tools and resources as you continue to equity work. We will do that really through trying to facilitate you guys. We'll be working with your leadership more. We also want to get a chance to understand your other stakeholders and really make sure that the work that you're doing, since it influences and impacts so many, that it kind of gels for them as well. The other sort of, I think, piece of the work is really thinking about organizational audit in terms of really to be able to provide an understanding of the strengths and the weaknesses of the organization related to DEI. So there are several steps to that for us, which involves reviewing the organizational history. We've got some documents, and some of that will even come through step 2, which is really through conducting individual key stakeholder interviews and focus groups with staff, potentially with other constituents that may be vendors, partners, et cetera. And again, the point of that is really to get a sense of current state, get a sense of people's sort of recommendations, thoughts, and expectations on future state. And again, ultimately to be able to analyze that information and help to achieve the purpose of the work. We also anticipate developing a survey specifically for, right now, I think the key target of that is employees. But again, we will be looking a little bit more to think about where else are there spaces we need to collect information. We'll administer that survey, we'll analyze that data, and then we'll develop recommendations. And so that's sort of that whole phase about, let's think about what we have, where people's thoughts are, and that we can begin to build on. In terms of the board training, we want to think about, as we go through the data collection, what could be the most effective topics for your group as a board and also as a committee, pardon me, and also thinking about opportunities for potential training for staff in the organization as a whole. One of the topics that we kind of surfaced just in looking at the initial proposal is really around some of those DEI basics terms. What does it look like? What is the business case for DEI? What is it even a conversation when we're thinking about projects or plans, or how it ties to effectiveness and innovation and productivity. So again, as we continue to kind of gather the information and sort of identify gaps and potential places for conversations, we will put more meat on the bones as it relates to what the actual trainings look like. And as I indicated, that final piece is really our work attending, taking notes, talking through, working with Liz, working with the folks that you identify for us to be able to just continue to support you all, because we do understand that it's a journey. You get information, you get recommendations, and then you kind of have to move forward. So that's kind of the overview. I did want to say that we'll be working with Liz as the sort of key, she said Liz, but then I'm trying to say Elizabeth, so forgive me, as the key project staff for your committee, but she also will be helping us identify when it comes to interviews and focus groups, who are other key stakeholders within the organization that we want to talk to, and really trying to organize what that looks like. We do envision having a focus group with you all at some point, probably in the next 4 to 6 weeks, where we can really just talk a little bit and get a better understanding of your sort of goals as a group, your, what do you see in terms of some of the vision that you have, and even really understanding what success looks like to each of you all in terms of your work on this committee and where you see things going with the strategic plan. And that really is kind of just, as I mentioned, an overview of the work that we have, just to say that we're anticipating the trainings around September. We're expecting by then we'll be able to come back to you with the data we've collected from multiple interviews and focus groups, as well as just the other information that becomes available to us. So that's generally the overview of what this process looks like. And I just want to open up to you all to just say if there's any questions about what I've said or what your thoughts are prior to getting us starting to move forward.
Doctor, if I may, just the process by which you come to join us here today. I'm speaking for myself. I was truly impressed with your organization, your presentation. They say cream rises. You were head and shoulders above any of the other applicants. Your long-range vision of where we need to be, you actually provided us with language of how to get there. In fact, we kind of said, hey, can you pump the brakes? We got to do these baby steps first, milk first. We'll have a steak dinner later when we get a little more mature. It was really your flexibility also and your sensitivity to the unique nature of our organization. Any of the other members were on the evaluation team if you want to chime in, but those were what really was laid on my heart that I just wanted to share with the rest. Anybody else want to add to that? Victor, yeah, Mayor Blackwell.
I just want to add.
Thank you.
I was part of the process too, and I was very impressed with the application. But what impressed me the most was that that second interview that we had with the committee, and that the ability of you guys to engage and respond to some of the questions, some of the sincerity and genuine that was coming through that conversation was very inspiring. So thank you, and I look forward to work with you.
You're welcome.
Just want to hold that thought. So now that we got our thoughts out of the way, do you have any questions for Doctor? Okay, Lou, it's yours. Aren't you glad I'm sitting in this chair today?
Thank you for being here with us. I have been attending NOACA meeting as a community member for years. However, for all of us to actually make this diversity, inclusion, equity issues really go through well, please understand one thing. NOACA itself is more of a government agency, quasi-government agency. So in the leadership, it's mostly you will see city mayors, county executive, or the head of whatever department in these entities. So the diversity is already by nature limited. The community members' participation in NOACA is very little. This will be the most diverse subcommittee you will ever see. Even I, as a community member, I can speak without making public comments. However, in order for the work to really get through the whole organization, in the past, this subcommittee has talked about a possibility to make this subcommittee into a committee level. But the problem is with the structure, community members may not be able to participate directly anymore. So this is one of the issues I have had in mind for me to be an honorary committee member, a subcommittee member, sorry, even right now I have to go through a certain process. So maybe your work will help us to figure that out a little bit sooner. So all the NOACA projects will actually have community input before it hits the road into the community to have any public meetings. Because community member in any of the counties still thinks that every time when we are called for a community meeting, public meeting, actually lots of things already decided behind government's doors. So to break this through, we do need your help. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. And Lou, I did a focus group, I think last summer at the library near West 25th, and you were present, so I recognize you. And I agree. I think residents are a key constituent to the work that happens. And I know in the interview phase and talking about kind of the work, we thought about things sort of in phases. And one of them is really to sort of help the organization and the entity to kind of get focused and get sort of some priorities, hearing from residents, and then also being able to think in a future phase about really getting in there a little bit deeper to really talk to people. And again, thinking about the mission of NOACA, that is definitely important. And for Compass as a organization, community engagement is so important, right? Serving people and relating to the people and incorporating them into decisions about the services is so important. So we will continue to keep that as a priority as we continue to think about and better understand the work moving ahead.
Excellent, excellent. And Dr. Haddon, I also have to say that the questions that were posed to you and your organization, those weren't softballs. And on that second interview, mic drop. You guys came back, marched right through it. But I also want to point out, and I want to say thank you for acknowledging Liz's participation here. Liz, this is where you get a thank you. Your professionalism, your keen eye, the legal mind, just going through the process was truly instrumental and dare I say foundational in helping put that together. So I think a very big thank you from this group to you is very much in order. And Doctor, I appreciate your taking initiative and putting that into your presentation, because that's the kind of interaction, because we have to respect our staff. But we also have board members, and quite frankly, and some of you are going to be totally shocked to hear this, I referred to some of our members as being a little temperamental and sometimes not easy to work with. I'm paraphrasing because I kind of cleaned it up a little bit, but by golly, you didn't flinch from that. And that was one of your responses during the second interview had to do with this audit, which candidly, I think our group found to be quite insightful. If we don't know where we are at, we don't know how we're going to get to where we need to be. And there are some members who are complete disbelievers, others that are all in, and some are everywhere in between. And I think that was quite clever, if I may say, on such a simple word. But thank you. And I don't know if you want to add to that, but again, thank you so much for your passion. By the way, that was another thing. Passion and energy came through. And that's something you don't always see from consultants. So I don't know if you want to add to any of that or.
Well, I must say we enjoyed all of the conversations. I was telling someone recently, because your chair actually asked about the spiritual impact of the eclipse. Because we actually had our conversation probably around that time. And I was telling someone that I actually had thought about that prior to, so it was so ironic that he asked. But I think just that idea about kind of where we are and where we start, and sometimes we don't even realize the impact of what we do. And so many people are sort of actually, for you all, they're watching and they're expecting. And I agree, we have to kind of bring that to manage those expectations and get people's understanding of how systems work, and to your point about how they can involve in those, so, and engage. So I would say for us, as a resident of Northeast Ohio, and just kind of watching so many things that happen and people don't know how they happen, I'm interested in learning more and also being to help others do the same. So it's been, we're excited and looking forward to getting started with you all. Liz has us getting ready, so.
Excellent, excellent. Seems like we're in good hands, both internally and externally. Anything for the good of the order to add to the conversation? All right, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us today. I appreciate your careful note taking.
And Liz knows how to reach us, but this is sort of, we have all the social media stuff, but email is great and direct contact. So thank you all. See you soon.
Awesome, thank you. And if we could, now that we have quorum, if we could go back to item number 2, the meeting minutes. So are there any corrections or additions? Seeing and hearing none, can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, ma'am. Second, thank you, ma'am. All right, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. Thank you. All right, moving to reports and updates. Are there any reports or updates today? Excellent. Seeing and hearing none. Do we have any new business? Any new business? Very good. You know, I think I just totally skipped over old business, so I'm going to circle back to how do we have the old business come before us? Any old business? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you. All right, may I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you. And second, ladies first, of course. So there we go. All right, all those in favor? Very good. Opposed? Thank you. All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you all today for coming.